Good evening, Division Debrief. What's going on, everybody? I am finally, thank goodness, I am no longer on the run tonight. Man, they're like persistent little SOBs. Holy goodness. It is so good to be alive. So good to be here. Happy Sunday. I know it's not our scheduled time of Saturday, but Sunday evening is where all the agents come to relax. Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the Division Debrief. I am JohnnyBoom. This gentleman to my right is I am Janko. Janko, good evening. Hello, everyone, and welcome. It is a pleasure to be here. Janko, how are you? How are you tonight? I'm excited.
Oh, what's up, Johnny? Dude, I'm super pumped too. I'm glad that we got you there. I hope everybody can hear me this week. I know last week we had some audio issues. Yeah, so hopefully there's none of that tonight, but if so, let us know. Yeah, a special edition on Sunday is kind of cool. So
I'm digging it.
Everybody that's here, thank you. I know it's not our normal time, but thank you very much for being here on Twitch while we're live. Yeah, I'm looking forward. We got a ton of cool stuff to talk about, so I'm looking forward to getting that discussion all underway. There's so much to talk about. And also, if you are watching this on YouTube, thank you so much for taking the time to do so. If you have thoughts on the discussion, leave them in the comments down below so that we can keep the conversation going all week long. If you do like the show, please remember to like, share, subscribe it, tell all your friends, whatever. Normally we do broadcast on Saturday morning at twitch.tv /the Division Debrief. We are at a weird time now, and then generally I try to upload these on Sundays to YouTube. This week hopefully it'll be Monday or Tuesday, but there's that. We do have an announcement that I had kind of forgotten about. Not that I forgot about it. I just forgot to tease it because of everything else going on. Because I did get a new PC, and so that's why I said we may have some sound issues, some other clunkiness, but hopefully we don't. We should get it. But Johnny's got something to tell us all, so take it.
Oh, man. Guys, again, we're in episode 3 now, correct, Janko?
4.
Technically 3 in the books. That's right. See, that's why I keep myself around smart people.
That's going to be
3
a meme.
Division Debriefs are in the books. This is episode 4. And the response from the community has been great, and hopefully on YouTube as well. But the people coming in, the support, we're almost at 100 followers. And the conversation has just been phenomenal. And we seriously thank you guys because we're having a blast doing this. That being said, I'm very, very psyched to announce that the Division Debrief made affiliate in... Oh, God, we did it! That is a true testament to you guys. We're so flippin' excited. Thank you so much for making that part, to quote Janko, for making that part of living the dream, because that is just phenomenal. Janko, thank you to you for all your work and support to me and the channel, and thank you all you guys. Just round of applause to you guys. Amazing news. Really happy, really psyched.
I'll clap into the mic, even though that's really fucking irritating. Oops, sorry. Oh, yes. You know what? It's nighttime. I can swear.
You can swear.
Yeah, it's after 9 p.m. We're past the family hour of TV. But yes. Yeah, no, everybody that's here, everybody that has been here, anybody that's hit the follow button, anybody that's chatted, anybody that's talked on Twitter, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much. This is about the community and everything else, and so seeing that happen so quickly was really friggin' cool. So thank you guys for that. And Johnny, seriously, thank you for all the work that you put in on your end. And dude, I can't echo your thoughts enough about how much fun I've been having doing it and how excited I am for the game. Like, we're close, man. It's
man.
It's what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks? 3 weeks, technically.
3 weeks, yeah.
A little bit over 3 weeks away. Like 20.
It feels like just yesterday that the news broke and everyone ran to Twitter, and you and I were chatting in our respective communities and Twitter and Twitch in general and Twitter in general. Everybody was like, holy crap, because there was rumors, there was hope, there was, some of us were hanging on to game modes like survival, and then boom, no pun intended. The news broke, and then, man, it was just I can't. It's just cool, man. It's like you waiting for Christmas all year, and then here we are. Because I mean, all of us love the Division for one reason or another, and I'm really psyched. And I appreciate your sentiments, and it's just been awesome. Look, I love doing this, so I will. I will say one thing real quick, and then Janko, I'll turn it over to you guys. It was a really daunting task to get this stream off the ground today because of Janko getting his new PC, thankfully, and having to work out any kinks. I think we're good so far, knock on wood. And I will say, Janko, I found this, and I think I'm going to share it, and I might be at risk. I'm going to share this.
I'm scared, guys. I'm scared.
Yes, because I feel it's relevant and the community may need to help me. I found this note, and it's going to be a little blurry, guys, but then I'll read it to you. So just so you know, it's not made up. This was found on the floor of my safe house today. Let me back it up.
There you go.
How's that look, Jacob? More or less.
Oh, yeah, it's perfect. JohnnyBoom, I am Janko Velasky. Top priority, search, destroy. So, contact AC priority level 1. BT?
Ooh.
What does that mean?
I'm thinking AC, and I think whoever wrote this isn't really all that great with spelling. I think they meant to write AK as in Aaron Keener.
Yeah.
But maybe they were doing it like, speaking in full Putsonian, which I'm fluent in, so that didn't work out. And BT, Black Tusks? I don't know.
Maybe? I don't know. I think...
am I being sought out because we're spreading the news?
It could be. Perhaps somebody is trying to figure out who is going to pay to fix your air conditioner before summer. That could be what the AC is, and that's why Velasky has the question mark. Maybe it's about
maybe he knows how to do HVAC.
Yeah. Maybe he's into that kind of thing, and I don't know. BT, since it is Division After Dark, maybe it's a strip club. There's a place near me called BT's. So, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're just looking to take you out a nice air-conditioned environment.
But I love the chat, guys.
Sorry. Good to see everyone got their hideouts. What's up, man? Yeah, man.
What's good, man?
Yeah, everything's going decently well today.
Yes.
My cam looks stupid. I look like a vampire. Anyway, I'll have to dick.
I'm exhausted from running all day. I literally ran all day.
Yeah.
And by ran all day, I mean like 10 minutes and caught like 3 planes. So
it's more sitting, but
yeah.
Alrighty, so Jack's been asking about the clans. We're gonna kick things off first by watching the trailer that they released. So basically, this week is all gonna be about all of the news that came out this week. There was a new trailer for Endgame that was released. I'll get the link in chat in a minute. And then, so there was that. They then released some stuff about clans. They released some generalized information about Endgame, and then a ton of information about Endgame specializations. So, super, super hyped up about all of that stuff. Transition, yeah, almost smooth segue, but not quite because I'm not quite ready. But almost. We got a cool little thingy there. So we'll kick that out, and here we go with the trailer.
Nice.
Division Group Alpha. Washington, D.C.
I'm actually going to listen
in on that. The fight for the city goes on. And every passing day, we move a step closer to regaining the capital. And all this time, the real threat was preparing for this moment.
They were stealing all the toilet paper.
The Black Tusk. They're professionally trained, armed.
Looks bad because it's hot and sweaty in Washington now.
This army was designed to eliminate Washington's last line of defense. But we have the tools to fight back.
God damn. Oh, dude, I can't jump things. We can't jump forward.
I know.
I want to so bad.
We'll try to establish strongholds, target key points in the city,
God, I can't
and
wait.
choke our forces in the dark zones. We cannot allow that to happen.
Ooh. That was a big-ass drone.
Indeed. Those, the drone dogs, those, the robots, those things look cool, man.
Yeah.
This isn't the end, agents. The fight for our city has only just begun.
We're gonna need some more MeUndies. 100%.
Right.
Well played, sir.
Indeed. So cool. Yeah, man, that was the new trailer that they announced this week, that they released this week, which is pretty damn dope, actually. Was there anything that you guys picked out? I mean, obviously there was a lot of talk about the big ass drone and stuff like that. Was there anything else that you guys had seen that, like, I don't know, piqued your interest other than like the big flashes of like Endgame and Raid and all of that stuff? Johnny, sure. Chat, anything?
Yeah, especially you guys. Please, this is a great segment for you guys to jump in on. I know a lot of people, from streamers to just basically the Twitter world, were ripping this apart. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think, and I don't want to misquote the information, but I think Bond highlighted that there may be a hovercraft. Is that a different video?
No,
I'll be honest, I couldn't really tell too much because I didn't have it pulled up.
Yeah, I think it was in this one. Yeah, I saw that tweet on my phone, and there was a couple of pictures that he had like highlighted an area, and yeah, it looks like there's a hovercraft on there, and then that got. It was a really, really fun discussion, actually. Because Julian Garrity actually got in on it too, and he was liking some stuff.
I thought that was really cool. For me, I guess I'll keep it simple and just kind of reiterate what I said before. Like, I really dig those robot drones because, not being a former military, but being around a lot of former military, you hear the talk about the technology and the things they do on, no pun intended, on raids and sorties. And they're like, dude, like some of those drones that they use to send in to check for IEDs or, some of them now are like they're loaded with machine gun rounds, etc. They speak so like excitingly about them. They're like, man, they've really helped. And when I saw those, I was like, wow, it kind of connected to intuitive maybe in a weird way, I guess. I think those are really cool. I'm really excited about those. And I guess on a side note with those, I'm really curious to see how they behave because I'm curious to see how you make an AI, which is robotic already, for a robot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's weird, but yeah, I really like it.
107 in the trailer. The hovercraft is in the background. Okay, I'll try to set that up.
Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. I apologize. I had the video up more for sound, just based on our setup. It's hard to explain, and you don't want to hear the details.
Well, they might. Yeah. You never know.
You never know. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so 107. Where is?
Actually, I could look it up on this screen.
Is this big ass thing is a hovercraft?
Okay, so then I did see it. Yeah, I think he zoomed in on that, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Cut that section out. Yeah, maybe it's on the ship there.
No, I mean I think this whole thing is the hovercraft, isn't it? I mean you've got the fan things back here, so I actually think maybe this. I thought this was just a boat the first time I saw it.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, I think it's this entire thing. And like I had said, that was my favorite toy.
That's a good catch.
G.I. Joe. When I used to play G.I. Joes when I was a kid, that was my favorite toy. So I really hope that that's like an endgame mission area or something.
Be pretty sick.
Yeah, it'd be pretty damn. That'd be super dope, actually. I'd be super.
I wonder if did Imperium do the voiceover for that? Little.
So yeah, Kirky, thank you very much for dropping the link for not only that trailer but also the clans, which is the other big news. Well, one of the other big news, and the reason I was so excited while watching the trailer is because of all the stuff coming up about specializations later. So definitely stick around because there's a ton of information about the specializations.
There really is. It's awesome.
But I gotta be honest, outside of the specializations, because that's gonna be in the game anyway, the clan system stuff that they announced this week is probably what got me, like, to the point that I don't want to wait anymore for the game. Like, I just want it to come out because it's amazing that this game is launching with this kind of a clan system at launch for everybody. Like it kind of blows my mind in today's day and age. When you've got Destiny 2 that had clans and there was like reward systems, but it was kind of it seemed half-baked at best. And then you've got Anthem that launched without any kind of clan support, and even though they had talked about it pre-launch, it couldn't get in there for launch. So yeah, man, for them to be able to drop all of this, I think is pretty damn sweet.
It's pretty in depth for sure. That's the one thing I noticed, and we're gonna go through this now, guys. Just my basic opinion. When Janko sent me the link, I was like, "Whoa!" Like, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. This is great, and I think that's really good. Not only for us, obviously talking, but obviously for when the game launches. I mean, that's just terrific.
Well, it's such a cool thing for just regular people that play the game, so that they've got a way in game. They don't have to deal with like, as we get into it, there's voice channels and stuff like that they've even got in there, so like you don't have to deal with just straight up VoIP, which blows, but then you don't have to worry about like your PSN or your like PlayStation parties or Xbox parties or whatever, like that is all super super cool. But from a content creator's perspective, oh man, dude, I'm super pumped about it, because that's going to be super cool, man. That's something that I know the way that Say No to Rage did it with Destiny, right? Like in his Discord for subs, he set up multiple clans in Destiny 2 for like subscribers, and like when you subbed, you got put into one of the clans, and then like there was just a clan system set up for that. So like, I don't know, man, it just seems like it's super super deep.
It really is, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just highlights, 50 accounts per clan. Later on, they say that there's 4 characters per, right? Because we each get 4 characters. Entirely customizable. Clan membership ranks, social pay space in your base, clan projects, progression, and XP.
Yep.
Super cool. And then clan message feed and voice channels. So I'm assuming the message feed is probably only going to be PC.
I'm going to take a guess and say yes as well. I don't know how you would do that on console, but that's above my nerd level. I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. So basically, once you get to a certain point, it's tied to part of the story. And then you can create a clan. They're designed to make it easy for you to like-minded players to play with. They'll focus on tight-knit communities. Common goals consist of 50 accounts of 4 characters each. And then the ability to create a clan is unlocked early as part of the Division 2's story progression. So then anybody can unlock it, or anybody that has unlocked it can create a clan, but then to start progression. My God, dude, I can't word tonight.
Wordings are hard.
Words are hard. But yeah, to start progressing a clan, total of 4 members is required. So you have to have like a full squad to at least do that. But yeah, you can keep yourselves informed with clan feed, keeping up to date, blah blah blah. And then when you go in like that, so that's basically creating it. You've got these options. When you get in there, once you're creating a clan, you have it's down here. We actually skipped that. But so like once you create it, you get to design your own insignia.
Nice.
Like, how fucking cool is that? And I'm curious if they're gonna have different aspects of it, and then like I don't know, like an arrow, and then you could put it in and twist it, or like if there's gonna be like preset ones that you get to choose. I'm really curious what exactly that's gonna involve.
That's fair. I'm wondering if like on PC it might be a little bit more in depth, so you could upload logos of your own kind, or I mean, you could potentially, in theory, do it on PS4. It'd be a little more complicated. I think it could be done. I'm just curious to see how that works, or if they're gonna do, like you said, like preload, stock, if you will, images. But that, that'd be pretty sick if you could upload, say, like a custom image, or like in your case, like if you wanted to make it, the clan to have it name be like Livin', and then all of a sudden, like your clan logo is your Livin' the Dream logo for simplicity's sake. That'd be really cool. I don't know. I'm curious about that. That'd be dope. Let's see.
It would be super, super cool. I know there was a game called APB way back. This is probably 10 years ago now. And that had an actual art system in-game where you could create art, you could layer things, you could draw freeform, but that was all on PC. I don't know. I don't expect this to have that level, but I'm super curious. Yeah, because it says design. It doesn't say choose your logo or your insignia. It specifically says design. And then it says, which will serve as a visual representation of the clan to Division 2. When designing your insignia, you'll be able to choose from a selection of icons, background, and border types to create your own unique design. I guess we should have read the second sentence. Because that pretty much tells us right there.
Sorry, guys.
Next, you need to name your newfound creation. Clan name can be between 4 and 15 letters long, which is visible to all players, consists of 3 capitalized letters. And I bet you those are probably the tag. You can also write a presentation to introduce your clan to your
15
players.
letters long? That's kind of crazy. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or up to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean up to. Well, yeah, between 4 and 15. So you have to have at least 4. And I'm sure you won't be able to do anything stupid. And I'm guessing the 3 capitalized letters will probably be like the, SHD or, whatever. That's going to be like the fucking abbreviation. I can't word.
You're fine.
Each clan can set their preferred privacy level, consisting of 3 distinct levels: open, invite only, or private. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Clan memberships have ranks, so you got ranks that you can give to people.
I like that.
I do. That's so super cool. What?
The reason I like that, just to kind of just jump in real quick at that, a lot of times in clans, let's say it's somebody like myself, they create a clan, and then everyone expects me to do, clan related things, ideas, suggestions in theory, or it's the opposite. Someone creates one, doesn't do anything, and everyone's wondering like, hey, what's going on? For people who really want to dive into it and kind of quote unquote take it seriously, this is kind of cool, because as you can see, so you have your commander, your lieutenant, and then you have agent, and then you have recruits. So like you could have people who are like, hey man, I just want Janko and Imp and Kirky to handle everything, and I just want to be in and play and be active. Well, there you go. And then they're labeled as a recruit. And then no one's left wondering like, or even arguing about a power struggle. Sometimes that starts to happen. Like, well, Janko does everything. And it's like, well, yeah, he's the commander.
Kirky.
Then don't be okay with it.
Kirky, you are awesome. I friggin' double dog dare you, dude. I double dog dare you.
I'm gonna make a bunch of claims
and just steal everybody else's logo or abbreviation, then sell it back to him.
I'm gonna go on the record here. This is clippable. If that happens, I will eat a pineapple pizza on stream. Take it to the bank.
Stirring up drama.
Everyone, also in Kirky, Janko, and Johnny, not one of us will ever see even like the glimpse of daylight to E3 or any type of event ever.
Yo, what's up, Puddin'? Did you miss the important stuff? No, not too much. We've just been kind of covering the clan stuff. To briefly summarize, you can create your own clan, design your own insignia, which will be choose from icons, background, and border types to create your own. One thing on that, though, is it just hit me. I wonder if that'll be a patch. You know how in the Division you get the patches that you put like on your sleeve? I wonder if you can wear that in game.
Shit, dude.
Or like apply it onto your gear somewhere. Like Ghost Recon Wildlands had a ton of different patches that you could like put on like your backpack and stuff. Dude, that would be super dope if that was in this.
Even if you just did like a carving onto your weapon, like if your clan name was like, Boom, like BOOM, like you just carved it in with like some special, so it stood out on your weapon a little bit. That'd be kind of sweet too.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say like on your forehead, and I don't know if they're gonna get into cutting. Really.
I think we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I know the game's mature rated and all, but I don't think they're gonna deal with things like cutting. But yeah, so then we got 4 ranks, allowing for improved organization, clear structure: commander, lieutenant, agent, recruit. So a recruit as new member of the clan, limited access and administrative clan functionality. Agent, nice. Established clan member, and they can invite potential recruits to the clan. Lieutenants will be able to send out invites, review applications, promote, demote members, as well as moderate the clan feed. And then a commander has all access to everything.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, and they also, I believe, if I'm correct, I believe the commander is the one that organizes all of the hazing of the lower members. I think. I'm not sure. I've never been.
So, like, are you saying that in order to join the Kirky squad, like, you have to maybe sing a song or eat a pineapple pizza?
I'm saying that in order to join Janko's clan, there spankings may be involved.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, so
hold me a spot.
Yeah,
Master Clipper. I like this part here. Basically, it says when reviewing applications as a commander or lieutenant, you'll be able to inspect that character's the applicant's character, including gear, in order for you to quickly and make an informed decision, which is pretty cool. And that's those screenshots are pretty nice too, because I like one of the things that stood out was like mic requirement. You could set it to preferred, yes, no, etc. English as a language. If I mean, some people don't want to deal with Spanish speaking, or some people only want to speak Spanish, so that's kind of cool too. Region, I like the filters because I think that'll help people really get mixed in with people who they want to get mixed in with, which is what a clan should be.
Yeah.
I like those two things.
I'm trying to figure out. That's so weird because it says joining up here, but this should be in creating. So we'll deal with that later. But yeah, if you look at this is kind of cool too. Additional insignia borders. So once you get to like clan level 8, it looks like as your clan progresses, you can change you can like add more detail to your insignia, right? Like it says additional insignia borders, and this is like this little home plate design. So maybe it just starts off with a square and a circle, but then as you progress, you get different shapes, maybe stars and stuff like that. Upgrade bounty board. I'm curious if those are PvE. Clan level 10, grade tier 2. Who knows what that is? Upgrade weekly cash slots. So evidently there's weekly caches that we can get through this. Yeah. Upgrade clan vendor. So there's going to be a clan vendor. Additional insignia borders. Again, that's at 13. Okay, yeah. So that's just like the progression thing. Dude, that's super sweet. You get a weekly cache. And I really kind of hope that like the progression... we'll get into progression. Johnny, why don't you start progression? What a good segue. Not really.
Yeah, it was flawless. You're really like that scene from Major League. He was that broadcasting school is really paying off, Monty.
Right? Clan heavy eat dick. My clan insignia will just be a Milky Way bar.
I'm out. Oh God, how do I follow up with all this? Jesus. Clan progression. So. Basically, what I saw from this that I really liked was, and I'll just read this first paragraph real quick and we'll jump into some opinions and thoughts. Basically, it says, under clan progression, all gained actions taken by members will yield experience points, and it'll also yield clan XP. So there's a new form of experience in Division 2. Earning clan XP will level up your clan, earning you and your friends additional bennies. Always got to get those bennies. For each level on your clan's journey to level 30, as well as locking, like Janko said, the additional customization options for insignia, showcasing your clan's veterancy, which is always pretty cool because, in my opinion, you kind of got that through Division 1 through going through seeing someone in, say, like the terminal, and you saw they had a 5,000 commendation score and a Agent Elite badge. You're like, holy crap, this guy's been around the block and then some. Now this will kind of showcase that, and that's a nice way to get a little bragging points in there as well. So I thought that was pretty cool. There will, like Janko and I were mentioning, there will be weekly projects, and you can kind of scroll up and see that picture, which is really cool how they did that. So basically it'll say, for example, one of them was clan level 10, you have to progress that, upgrade bounty board, etc. So it'll really encourage people it seems, to really get involved and do things kind of like Destiny. The problem I always had with Destiny, it was like, do a raid, do X, Y, there was just like a few core things and you were done. And I feel like this is a lot deeper. So that's cool because I think a lot of times people get bored with clans because they run out of things to do. And then they get frustrated with the power struggle sometimes. Yeah. So I think this will help alleviate that. I'm really digging this.
Well, the thing that I don't mean to cut you off. The thing that it seems I just noticed is it's like to reach clan level 7. It looks like this is going to run the same way as like the weekly challenges or the community challenges rather on in Ghost Recon Wildlands, and it's just an XP dump. So whatever you're doing as you gain XP, your clan does too. Like you donate that. I don't know if you donate a portion of it or all of it, but I kill a dude, boom, I gain 200 XP. That goes towards clan progression. That's super cool because, and that's something different than the way Destiny did it, where you would gain your own XP.
Sorry, guys.
By doing bounties or whatever, and then you would get a little bit of something here or there, and like that was it. Like there was nothing. And then as the whole clan leveled up, you got ridiculously stupid things. You know, it was like, an extra chance to loot something out of a public event. Like, ooh, I'm super excited about that. You know, it's just so no. This looks super dope though. With being able to do that, and it gives everybody a sense of ownership it's going to mean that there's going to be a whole lot of big clans that probably never talk because they just invite anybody and get anybody in there so that they can level up.
That might be the downside if I could find one. And I agree with you there. I think, again, not to beat a dead horse with the Destiny thing, I was in a clan, and in Janko, you were in a clan. And I think the one thing that got to be, I don't want to say cheesy, but unfulfilling was, let's say, a whole bunch of players did a raid. Sorry, guys, I was just brain farting there. And they completed it. Well, all I had to do was go in and meet my XP for the week, and then I got the benefits of the clan raid also. And, like, that's fine, but it felt unfulfilling. So I hope, I don't know, does it seem to you, Janko, like they're following that route or they're going against that? And what is your take on that as far as, like, should people just get clan rewards just for being in the clan?
I mean, I don't have a problem with that as sort of. As far as do I think they're going down that route? No, I think they're actually going the opposite route because what did you say? You said something about
well, basically, like, okay, so the clan members do, like, a raid, and then it's checked off, but I didn't do a raid that week. Well, I'm still getting a clan raid cash for that week.
Right, and that's the thing, like, if you don't play for a week or whatever, and the clan upgrades in the division, you know, you get the benefits of that without doing anything, but without seeing what those rewards are, I don't know. But the thing I do like about it is what it does, or what it removes is the feeling that you have to do specific things in order to level your clan, right? Like in Destiny 2 at launch, or not at launch, it was when Forsaken came out. You only had your bounties that could. There was like 3 bounty, there were 6 per week, there was 3 dailies that would rotate, and then there was 3 weeklies. And you had to get 5,000 XP in order to like level up or whatever, to like get your reward. But then you can only do those with certain things. So like if I raided with you and Imp and Gale or, you know, Rapture or anybody else, if I raided with them and they're not in my guild, I don't get the guild reward. Which I understand why that's there, but at the same time, maybe I couldn't make my clan, my guild raid that week or whatever. So I kind of see it both ways, to be honest.
I do too. When I think about it, I'm like, you know, I want people to be involved and earn it. But like you said, like if I go on vacation with the family for a week and also I come back and like everyone's taunting, oh, dude, I got this great drop from the raid cash this week, and you're sitting there like, all by myself. Whoever clips that is getting banned. I'm just telling you. Actually, I can't ban you, so you probably could.
You're moderated, aren't you? Are you not modded?
I don't know. I could be. I don't know. Possibly. But total putts in progress. But yeah, I mean, I see both sides of that coin. And it's just, again, like, I just want people to be involved. Honestly, that's really all it boils down to. But if people can't get it, yeah, you make a good point. Why punish them? And maybe there's a way to balance that. Maybe they've already done that. I guess we'll see.
Well, and what I always thought Destiny should have done is give you more reasons to replay the raid, and perhaps have a specific like weapon drop or weapon skin for that weapon that you can only get from the raid, and then you can have weapons like the raid rewards that you get just from like the clan doing the raid, like you get the raid rifle or whatever. Maybe it's a different skin, but it works the same, so that way, like if you actually do the raid and you get the pulse rifle, it looks like the raid pulse rifle. If you're just in the clan and you don't do the raid, then maybe you get a different pulse rifle skin that operates the same as that pulse rifle, and that actually is kind of cool. And that's where Destiny failed though without random rolls, because with random rolls that would have been super dope, right? Like you could have gotten a really, really cool, unique item for not running a raid, which would be pretty cool.
I gotta be honest, man. I mean, it feels so weird. Like I loved Destiny in different phases, and obviously loved the Division. I'm hoping, and I probably will love Division 2, but it feels so weird in a good way to say Division 2 or even just Division. You know, obviously, like we're going to be playing Division 2, but everyone will call it Division. You know, it feels cool to play that and then have raids involved. Like I always think raids, I always think Destiny, and I remember saying countless times, I'm like, man, I would love this type of material in the Division. I always kind of drew parallels between the two games, maybe to a fault, but I'm really excited about it now because I thought the raids were in Destiny were just hella fun. Oh, depending on who you ran with. But real quick on the clan thing, guys, just so in case anyone's really curious. So basically, the clan is going to be set up in the East Wing. Sorry, guys. Pardon me. Of the White House, and it. So when you go in the White House, it'll be in the East Wing. You'll find it right there, and it will have a clan stash to collect your weekly rewards. So when you're done, you go in there, you collect your stash. Boom, you're done. It'll have a clan vendor, which is unique, only available in the East Wing, which is pretty cool. As a natural part, I'm reading off the page here too, guys, so if anyone's not sure, I'm on that link. As a natural part of the clan's progression, the quality items offered by the clan vendor will improve. So as the clan improves, the items improve, which I dig, if I'm reading that right. And then it also goes on to say certain levels will also unlock the ability to purchase unique cosmetic headgear. Janko, you're all about that the cosmetic and the customization. Feels like that's right up your alley. Featuring your insignia, allowing you to represent your clan wherever you go. So there you go. Boom.
That's fucking sweet. Especially
that is pretty sweet. What do you guys in chat? Please, at any time, as always, just feel free to chime in, make fun of me, make fun of Janko, and then add to the discussion. I think that's really cool. I know that's a very blanket, simple statement, but that's just people in this game dig that. You know what I mean, Janko? I remember hearing, I think it was Butter at one point was like, dude, people, hopefully I'm not misquoting Butter, but it was a pretty big streamer. I forget 100% sure. But someone was like, dude, people dig their characters. And I think it probably was even you many times. And I'm like, they do, because they literally become who you are, who you want to represent out in this digital world. And the fact that now, as you progress, you can, showcase that. I mean, listen, people are always about bragging rights, and maybe that's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why, I've been harping on the Division 2. The only two things that I have wanted to know for There was the one thing that I really wanted to know is what I'm talking about or what I'm gonna say, but then now there's two things. I need the grenade pre-stagger bug to be fixed. But anyway, that was
and running sucks.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the grenade pre-stagger needs to be fixed way before running needs to be touched. But
I would happen to agree with you.
Yeah. But character customization, I want to know what it is because like that to me is a huge part of games. Like
sure.
And it's one of my sticking points with the Division 1 that I couldn't stand was going into the base of operations and seeing that I have 15 twin brothers, right? We're all dressed differently because we're trying to find our own unique sense of style, but we're all dressed differently. There's a reason why my character in Division 1 has the same fucking hat on and has had the same headgear on for almost 2.5 years. The second I reached level 40 in the underground, I got that, the blind, it was the blind set at that time.
Very cool.
And put that on. And very few people ground up underground to level 40. So very few people wore that. So it's somewhat unique. And I do believe you're right. It was Butter that said that. Because like those things, that's what I always wanted them to do in the PvP or in the DZ. If they ever made a PvE Dark Zone to differentiate the PvP Dark Zone from the PvE Dark Zone is cosmetics. Right, if you do a PvE Dark Zone, cool, you can go in there, you can grind, whatever, you don't have to worry about anybody other than timers, whatever, but if you do the PvP one, you get some dope-ass cosmetics that nobody else can get.
Well, that's why I thought the badges were always really cool, because essentially that's what it is, like, hey, you see somebody with Reaper, you know they did X, Y, and Z, you know what I mean, like, the badges were always pretty cool, like, anytime you could show something off, whether it's through commendation score, badges, just visual gear. I think visual gear probably more so than anything really, you know, the community really embraces or notices, I should say, quickly. And listen, let's not joke ourselves. It becomes instant bragging rights, and as well it should. If you do Agent Elite and you do all the stuff, basically Agent Elite is all the, you know, to the Cult Division 1 stuff. It's all the NPC kills amongst the different factions. And then Reaper as well. You should wear that badge and go, holy shit, this guy grinded all that, or woman, lady. You know, and I think that's terrific. Just real quick on that also, the thing, because we kind of touched upon this, kind of on a different side note, but with the clan thing. So it's also, the clan quarters will showcase your clan members' top 3 weekly contributors.
Oh shit!
So you'll be able to see right away who's like really stepping up big, and then you could maybe message them and be like, "Wow, Janko, I noticed you kicked ass last week. Mind if I tag along with you? Mind if you help? Mind if you explain things?" And then I think that encourages people in the conversation. And then let's not kid ourselves. There's going to be, you got somebody like me, Petey, and Kirky, and it's going to be like, yo, get good butts. Like, I noticed you got 4 XP for the week.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean? So it'll be some nice friendly ribbing, you know, amongst each other.
Yeah, I mean, people love leaderboards. I didn't even notice that part. So I think that's...
If they're done right.
You're right.
Yes.
But, and again, that... if they're done right is probably the most important thing that was just said, because if they're done the way that Division 1s were for the global events, where, you know, you could just fucking 5-minute run clear skies over and over again to farm the points, get up there, then that sucks. But I hope that the rewards aren't tied to that, so that way. And honestly, like, if I started a clan and there was a reward tied to that, and I see the same people that like keep dicking over everybody else just to do that, and they like use something like that, I'm just gonna fucking boot them.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
know, I mean, to me, and I hope that they don't do anything like that. But man, that hat thing, I just hope that there's different kinds of hats, because I don't want to run around with like some dumbass bucket on my head with you know, just with the insignia. Like, I hope there's a baseball cap, maybe a backward baseball cap, different military type styles, things like that.
I hate to say it, but I kind of like hope they follow like Fortnite's kind of role, or, you know, example, maybe even better choice of words there. And, you know, like around Christmas time, like come out with some Christmas stuff, you know, around summertime, maybe, well, it is summer, but spring, but, you know, kind of like either by season or activity, you know, come out with like special stuff for people to work towards too. Like, let's say maybe loot 100, caches in the DZ, and they get this really cool looking comms radio that you could only wear if you've done this. Like, get people out there earning and grinding towards things, but make it, make it hard, but make it obtainable. Obviously not always an easy choice or methodology, but I really like that. And I think from playing Destiny with you guys, like, you guys are always like, oh, this is what we got to do to get boom, boom, to get this, this, and this. And I'm like, okay, let's go out and do it. And then all of a sudden, even if you were a little bored, you didn't mind jumping into an activity to try and get something, especially cosmetic. People dig cosmetic stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, they really, really do. So, like, I'd be down for that. Maybe not a Barney suit.
That'd be epic, dude.
Maybe not a Barney suit.
I'd like to, personally, like, if I'm going to follow any kind of suit, kind of follow Jack's lead a little bit, I'd like to wear the pink bunny suit from A Christmas Story. Because nothing says going rogue like a pink bunny suit.
Dude, that thread on Twitter today, one of the things I had asked Julian Garrity was that if that hovercraft is an actual, like, mission, the boss of it, I want the boss to drop flip-flops. Even if
he replied?
He hadn't yet, but okay, like, even and in my mind, even if it wasn't like a regular flip flop, you know how we got the little dangly thingies from your backpack, just like a little flip flop that you can dangle from back there, because like somebody had commented with a gif about the Lonely Island I'm on a boat song, and so I was like, I want flippy floppies, so that would be friggin' awesome.
I'm just saying right now, sandals and socks.
Oh my god, Perma Rogue. I'm telling you, if there's socks and sandals, I will patrol the Dark Zone as much as I can and murder every fucking agent wearing them.
Okay, I gotta get off topic real quick, but I want chat's opinion, and I think, Janko, you probably know where I'm going with this.
I don't know if I am. I'm actually kind of scared right now.
No, you shouldn't be. I've brought it up to you before. So I'm on the plane today, right? And for any, like a lot of you guys know, I traveled today looking for safe houses, and we found one. So I took multiple planes today, and obviously you have to go through your airport screening, and everyone's got to take off their belt, and they got to take off their shoes. And I get that. You're in the security area, and you got to see some ugly looking feet. It's fine, but I get on the plane, and the woman next to me, she's got, like, the sweater tied around her neck. You know what I mean? Like, the old tennis sweater. Like, ooh, I got my sweater draped. And I'm sitting next to her, and I look down, and I happen to notice at one point, I just happen to look across, and she had, like, leather shoes on with no socks. So right away her feet stink. Because there's nothing good about feet and leather with no sock in between, with no moisture barrier, none. So we take off, and here we go, and then I just happen to go, I'm questioning, did I like fart and I don't realize it? And then I look over, and you know what it was?
Her feet.
It was the woman, it was her feet. She literally took her entire foot out of the shoe on the plane, and then, like, because we were in, like, the front row, she kind of pressed her toes up against, like, the kickboard, and I'm going, and it was just gross. Like, don't take your feet out.
Wow.
We got to get Hugh to investigate this, because I think that's a problem too.
Dude, there was one of the radio stations that I listened to around here. One of the radio stations, the sports talk radio stations I listened to, where they were talking about a story that somebody was on a flight. They were in first class, where, like, you face the other. I've never flown first class, so I don't know. But I guess, like, there's some backward facing seats, right? So that you can, like, I don't know, on certain planes or something. I don't know. But anyway, I guess the person he was sitting across from before the plane taxied for takeoff got on the plane, stowed his stuff, took off his pants and shoes, and was sitting there barefoot in boxers. And they would not kick him off the plane. That's not against the rules.
I kind of dig the no pants thing, because he's totally relaxed, but I would have taken my pants off and left my shoes on.
Oh man. Yeah, so
Merlin is Where are you, Merlene?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going Perma Rogue if there's Crocs and socks or socks and sandals.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to wear those with like a nice, like pleated pair of capris and like a fitted baseball hat. Like I want to wear the goofiest setup ever
with a jock strap on the outside, like PD suggested.
Yeah. Have you covered clans yet? What, Little Bird? Yes, we did. If there's anything you'd like to get into or have us repeat, we can certainly try if we're able to.
Yeah, I mean,
so, that's just my little side story. I'm sorry, guys. I had to get it off my chest because it was literally.
The stank is probably still on your chest. That's probably what remember. That's probably why you remembered it now.
And then she's like wiggling her. Let's just move on. I'm sorry.
It doesn't say that you need the clans for A-Mans. I didn't see any of that, Little Bird.
I don't think that's a requirement yet, Little Bird. No.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
As far as the information released, no.
Yeah, I think anybody can group up to do the 8-man content or the 8-man raids. But I am curious if there will be specific clan rewards for completing the raid or other endgame. And I know that like there's the progression system, but outside of that, like if you complete the raid with 8 members of your clan, maybe you get a special patch or something like that. I'm curious about that.
I mean, dumb question, and maybe it's a rookie question. I mean, on chat, Janko. Discord's still very much going to be a player for PC, correct? As a form of communication. Like, let's say you don't want to do VoIP on the raid, and everyone's like, "Yo, meet me in my Discord." I don't think that's not going to be an option, correct?
I don't think there's any way they could block it.
Okay, I kind of thought so, but I just wanted to verify that too.
Yeah, I don't know that there's. I mean, I don't know PC enough. Obviously, I'll see Saturday, but I don't think there's any way that they could block that.
Cool, fair enough.
That's, as a content creator, that's to be completely honest, my biggest fear about the clan system is with the voice channels is hopefully, and my God, I hope there's a way to toggle that off and on whenever I want, because or like I have to enter the chat to actually talk. I don't want to just, because I remember playing some Star Wars Galaxies and some of the clans, right? You've got Mumble or what was the other one we used to use? I can't remember, it doesn't matter, but there was Mumble and then another one, and like you would go in there and there was like a general chat room, and then you had like group chat rooms that were like doing content, but like those, if you weren't a high enough ranking member, you were just stuck in the general chat. So like I would go in and, you know, have to listen to people talking about whatever the hell they're talking about, and it's like, dude, I'm just trying to find somebody to, you know, do a raid with or something like that. So
I think you guys are right, just jacking a little bird. I don't think I think it's gonna I think it's gonna be absolutely. I think it's gonna be 8-man difficult, like Falcons Lost. They did announce it's gonna be tricky. I think it's gonna really require a lot of communication and a lot of focus. And I think I mentioned this quickly, Janko. I don't know how you feel about this. Personally, as a quote unquote streamer, and even as just a gamer, my first raid, I'm gonna be pretty selective and treat it pretty intently until I get really comfortable and figure out how to beat it and be fluent with it. And then at that point, then we'll open it up to shits and giggles. But I think in the beginning, the concentration factor will probably be pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's been to my channel knows that I'm primarily solo, and even when I group with people, generally or often, I'll say I don't even have voice on, because like I would rather talk to chat, stuff like that. Now, when I do raids, you know, that's different because there's a higher level of communication required. So I hope that it's not Falcon Lost and it's closer to, maybe not Stolen Signal, but someplace between Stolen Signal and Clear Skies. Like somewhere in between there.
I would agree.
I want to say I heard something somewhere at some time of them splitting us up. Like where it's actually 2 4-man groups that come together as an 8-man, but then at some point in the raid, like you have to split up into 2 little 4-mans.
Cool.
It would be, but I hope then at that point it doesn't just feel like a 4-man legendary or something instead, or like 2 4-man legendaries. But you know,
that's gonna be interesting to see how 8 men go and not get lag.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
A lot of interesting. We'll see going on with that raid.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that is gonna. I know the first time I do it, to answer your question, or to address that specifically, the first time I do it, it's gonna have to be 7 people that I know very well, that I've played with.
Yeah.
I generally don't like grouping with people I've never met to begin with, because especially when I'm streaming, I'm responsible for what they say, and I don't need to be in group with somebody that's gonna like randomly be talking stuff that I disagree with or that I can't stand, and then that coming across on my stream. But yeah, I'm nervous about it, because 7 people is a lot of people to try to get together. 7 other people to coordinate schedules. And this is where I love the old school MMO method of raiding, where a raid is not built to be taken and completed in one sitting. Like old school WoW, Star Wars Galaxies never really had raids, but even SWTOR, at launch, I'm sure now people have got it down to farmable status, all of the raids. But like, you would go in and you'd have 5 or 6 bosses, and it's almost like your goal for that night is just to get done with the first boss, because that's a couple of hours.
Do you think with our community that'll be a turnoff, whereas in those other communities it's pretty much like the norm or accepted? I know what you mean with Star Wars Galaxy. The thing I'll say about that was, I remember, because by the way, I would never ever play another video game ever again if that game came back out.
Dude, they need to make a sequel.
I love that game more than anything. We'll do a Division Debrief about that one day. But
I think return of the MMO needs to happen.
I think it's more accepted in those 2 examples, maybe and a few others too, but I think the thing that was interesting with the Star Wars Galaxies was you had activities like that, but they were lengthy, but they were grindy, and then they were done, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that was my experience a little bit. I never did WoW, and I never did Division or Destiny 1. I kind of see what you're saying, and I like it. Again, I'm rambling and I apologize. Do you think that'll be a turnoff? And chat, what do you think? Would you be guys down for doing raids over the course of, say, depending on talent, like 2 or 3 days? Janko, what do you think? Are you cool with that?
I honestly think it's a different mindset. And I think games like The Division, Destiny, that are console-based, obviously I know that like The Division has a massive PC following or whatever, but when Destiny came out and it kind of merged the MMO and first-person shooter genres into a looter shooter, it was console-based, right? It wasn't on PC. So I think games like this have a, we're going to play tonight, we want to do this tonight, so we're going to raid tonight. This is raid night, we want to get through the whole raid. Whereas old school PC gamers and old school MMORPG gamers knew that grind might be a week to do that. So I think the mentality overall has shifted to be more bite-sized chunks of content. But yeah. And I think Destiny tried to do that more with the way that their content releases are, right? Small bite-sized, this week you can do this, time-locking content or time-gating content, and that backfires. People don't like that. So on the flip side, I do think if they do something where it's not meant to be done within a couple of hours, I think they need to announce that to people ahead of time, so that you don't have people going for 24 straight hours trying to get worlds first and then failing, and only two groups being able to do it. So
yeah, that's a good point. They could think like, hey, like, are we ever going to get there? And in reality, like, you weren't going to get there no matter how good you were. I know if I'm taking you, if I'm understanding you correctly, I happen to agree. I think, like anything else early on, I think it's going to depend on characters, communication. And when I say characters, I mean how far you've gotten in, like certain weaponry. Again, a lot of this is speculation because we just don't know how it's going to feel at certain points. If you look at Stolen Signal used to be like 2 hours minimum where you were miserable at life, even if you were with people who knew what they were doing. Now it's like, hey, throw on D3 and it's a 30-minute run. So, I mean, I think that's a natural skill progression, but I'm wondering, like with you early on, like how fast the intended time for like a quote unquote raid will be.
I mean, I've completely said, what's up, Casey? I've said from the beginning that, like, one of the things I would like to do for our first attempt at the raid is get together 7 other people that can dedicate 18 hours, right, to it. Which, you know, just because I don't know how difficult it's going to be. I don't know what max gear set's going to be, or gear score is going to be, or what the gear score or the challenge rating or whatever of the raid is going to be. I don't know how difficult it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be something that should take 2 hours or should take 4 days. So without that, what frustrates the bejeebers out of me, and it happened day 1, Destiny 2, day 1 of Leviathan, is they set the delta scaling so high, or I'm sorry, of Last Wish. The delta scaling was so high that, like, yeah, because power level was 300, and the first encounter I believe was 250. 230, yes. Yeah, I think it started at 240 or 250, and most people at that time were like, you know, the true hardcores that did nothing but grind for that week were like 230-ish at start. I was like 225, I think. We got in, everybody else I went with was like low 210s, like right around 210, and like we got in, they tried for an hour, they're like, nah, we can't do it, we're done. And I'm like, people are doing it, like, and I get there comes a point in time where you just know all you're doing is throwing shit on a wall and none of it's sticking, right? It's a Teflon wall. You're just not going to be able to do it, and I get that. I think some people reach that point a little too early, and so yeah, there's that. But I don't know, man. I hope I know 7 people that are active enough and gung-ho enough to grind up for it. I think a big thing about that raid, and we're totally off topic because but I mean we are going to talk Endgame later, so there's that. But I do hope that they announce relatively quickly when the raid is going to launch after launch.
I agree.
I want to know if we're going to have a week or a month to get ready for it, if it's going to drop the way that 1.1 did, if that's their release schedule for content is the same as like what Division 1 was, right? Where 30 days later we got 1.1, 30 days later we got 1.2, and pretty much every month. Because if we have a month to gear up and get ready for it, sweet. Like, that's more my style, because I don't want to have to bust through everything and not pay attention to the story and not look for collectibles.
And that's going to be, I think, a part of the decision that they're going to have to balance pretty well is like, okay, do we come out and tell people you could raid in 2 weeks and then people just go full on try hard zombie mode and just don't sleep for, 2-3 days, which I know you've mentioned, like, and I hopefully will. A lot of us are going to put in some serious time early on, other than the fact that we just want to really get involved in the game. Do you risk doing it too soon and then having people hyper rush again? I know they had kind of hinted, or felt to me like they were like, we want people to play through and progress and put in a lot of time, but we're gonna kind of like harness the reins, if you will. Yeah. I thought I heard them say a month. It's, or roughly in there, but I could be wrong. Please don't quote me. I thought maybe that was my understanding.
Yeah, Little Bird, I'm kind of with you. Like, I hope all the content is ready to go, but I hope it's not all released on day one. For kind of a reason that Johnny just said. If the raid is ready to go day one, there is going to be this blitzkrieg massive push, and people are just going to blow through all the content to get to the raid. And then all we're going to hear after that is all of those people that did that bitching 30 days later. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. Well, yeah, because you blitz through to Endgame in 12 hours, right? Of course there's nothing for you to do now, right? You've done the raid the day. So, like, I would like to see that staggered a little bit more. I don't want it too far out. I think a month would be really, really, really good, especially with the amount of Endgame that is coming with just the pure, like, you know what, there's some stuff about joining the clan. I'm just going to skip forward to Endgame right now.
Let's do it. I like it.
Because, you know, we're talking about Endgame, and there's Endgame progression system, right? And so it says, you know, players automatically progress to World Tier 1 and can increase to level up to Tier 4 by defeating any of 3 strongholds that are held by the Black Tusk. So right there, without even a raid, as soon as you hit level 30, there's these strongholds, right? Which I'm assuming are kind of this game's version of incursions. I'm guessing. So, like, you have to beat one of those in order to move up world tier, right? So you've got that progression to deal with. And then on top of that, then you're going to have the raid. And then there's the endgame specializations to grind up all of those. You know, it's... I don't know, man. It sounds like an absolute crap ton of content to be available on day one, even without a raid.
I kind of like, and they started doing this towards the end of Division 1, and again, not to always go to the Destiny well, but Destiny 2 well. I really like how Destiny 2 laid out, here's what you're getting Season 4, here's what you're getting Season 5 and 6. So this way, when you catch those week or 2 periods where you're droughting, now you could say, hey, listen, man, we've done what we wanted as far as, like, maybe from a PvE standpoint. And we don't see much content for like another few weeks to a month. So let's mix in a good amount of PvP and let's do, like Jack's been mentioning, and I'm with you on this, Jack. Let's do a good amount of exploring and do, you know, resource hunting. As boring as that may be at times, it's going to be hopefully important. That will really help your experience, I feel like, too. You know what I mean? If you're able to roadmap, especially with your clanmates, like Sunday we're going for loot, Saturdays we're going to PvP, and then you could kind of buy that quote unquote dead time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Little Bird they are. I don't know how much if you got to play the private beta or not. The Black Tusk are definitely difficult, especially when you get hit with grenades that haven't actually been launched yet. But anyway, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop.
No, I mean, listen, it's bad. If that is not resolved, that's bad. There's no way around it. I don't care how much you love the game. You can't have a grenade go off and then, you know, not go off, get damaged, and then the grenade goes off. It's literally game changing.
Well, it is, because the stagger pushes you out of cover. This is endgame content, and this gets into like what Jack is actually talking about. From my perspective, is like my original plan, and it took me a little bit over a month to hit level 30 and finish the story of Division 1. And of course I was working full time, and you know, I was only playing 2 to 4 hours, 5 hours a night, something like that. But I really took my time. I explored. I literally went around that map, and like, this section was here. I did everything in that section. Just about the time that I hit level 30, I think the only thing I had to do was go around and get the drones so that I could get my Sierra jacket. Like, I had all the collectibles. Yeah, I mean, I had all the collectibles within a week of hitting level 30. And I hadn't even gotten a high end yet. Like, it just... Yeah, so like, I wanted to do that in Division 2. Then they said raid, and the race to world's first in Destiny is something so cool to watch. I've never taken part in it because I've never been that rushed to it. But I mean, I remember my stream for world's first Leviathan and Last Wish was literally just chatting and hanging out with people while we were kind of tracking who was doing what in the raids. Like, but I want to be a part of it. Too. It is, but I want to be a part of it on the other side in this game. But then that means rushing through all of the content, you know, and like not really paying attention to story and not really like trying to find all these other things and these collectibles and, you know, whatever, just to try to level up as fast as possible. So yeah, I'm still kind of tossed up. But I'm tossed up as far as how I'm going to do it. But if that pre-grenade stagger bug is still in the game, I'm going as slow as I possibly can, because I refuse to do the raid if that bug is in the game.
Yeah, I would agree. One of the things I'm really digging with Endgame, and this is kind of going to follow up hopefully our next segment, but I'll throw off some key points here, which I think is wicked awesome. Is the Endgame specializations. At Endgame, players will gain access to specializations, essentially playstyles with a host of different ones, and I won't read off all of them, but some of the ones I thought which were pretty cool. I'll just shoot off 3 of them here. A signature weapon, a unique weapon attachment, and then this one I think is really cool, and I think this is going under the radar, maybe in my own opinions. A unique tactical link, a group buff based on tactics and positioning, and we'll get to that in a minute, more in depth. But Janko, did you see anything off that list, or do you have any commentary to that, either good or bad?
Yeah, a talent to gain signature ammo, because anybody that played the Endgame and was not the sniper class saw how frustratingly difficult it can be.
I saw that when your stream. You were like,
to get the ammo. So that's a pain in the ass. And a talent to generate signature ammo for the party, which I thought was super cool. You know, and honestly, the other thing that stood out to me was the unique skill mod, because in playing the private beta as the survivalist, their mod, right, their weapon, or I'm sorry, their skill mod was a little drone, little Pokeball that follows you around and heals you, right? Pretty cool. And it worked really, really well, because the healing skills worked really, really well. However, the class itself is built around status effects. What's one of the best and most reliable ways to get status effects on enemies? Airburst, seeker mine, your drone, like using your skills to do that, because you don't always have grenades. So it seemed really counterintuitive the way that they did that. So I don't know. Hopefully they get more ways to add status effects, and you know, I don't know, but I thought that one in particular, I didn't like that one. I thought that should have been more for the sniper who's sitting back in cover, you know, trying to pick off headshots. That one seemed to make more sense there, but then the snipers was super cool with the pulse. It was my favorite one in the game. So
I can't wait to try that, dude. I'm just so hopeful this time around, like my account doesn't get whatever happened to it, because I got so bummed I didn't get to try it. Yeah, I wanted to play with the game more, but I was like, oh man, I didn't get to try firsthand any of the specializations, and I'm really, really interested in that. So I am with you on that. One of the things Ubisoft, actually, this is a direct quote from them, basically says each of the specific specializations, such as headshot bonuses or reload speed movement for the sharpshooter, or critical hits resistant talent for the demolitionist. So to Janko's point, I hope they balance that a little bit more, because I remember watching his stream going, he's a sharpshooter and there's sniper ammo everywhere. He's a demolitionist. It's been 45 minutes since he's got 1 round of ammo.
Yep.
Well, stop cheating. Shut up, Petey.
Yeah, no, Kirky, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Or like a gas drone or something like that, right? That like goes out and sprays the drone, like or sprays like a gas.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Like I just it just didn't seem, that one in particular, it calls out to me, because that one, and it's kind of funny because when people were complaining about the skill mods, for the specializations, that one was getting a lot of hype. A lot of people were like, "Oh, it was so cool! I was a fucking tank because I had that, and then I had the healing drone, and I had so much healing because healing was awesome." But then everybody was complaining about the demolitionist one with the mortar turret. And it was really clunky to use, so I hope that they figured out a better way to do that. And I think part of that has to do with aiming, because the weapons themselves also seemed, and those skills, seem like you have to aim them on the ground. And if you are in a position where the ground is blocked, you could not launch them. Like, if I'm behind cover and there's a countertop or something here, or there's a lot of I don't know, just a lot of debris or couches or chairs or whatever, and I can't see the ground, all I got with my little cursor was that little X that circled, and I couldn't place it anywhere. And then by the time I would place it,
it's like, nope,
I'm dead, because, you know, I've got knocked out of cover by a grenade before it got shot, and then I was dead. So yeah, I don't know. I like it. Oh, the other one that really called out to me was the armor kit unique talents, which we'll get into.
Okay.
I mean, we might as well go to specializations. If anybody has anything to add about raids or questions or anything like that, please make sure that you bring it out.
Just real quick on the specializations. They're saying maxing out your first one will be the easiest, thanks to points earned through world tier progression. That said, and this is all from them, leveling up the other specializations will be possible through daily and weekly activities, alongside replaying invaded missions. So pretty cool right there. Just kind of little FYI. So it seems like they want you to get that first one, get it there, try it. And that's not a bad thing at all, because I mean, you don't want to get Endgame and then be like, wait, I gotta go a whole nother month before I could try out a specialization. No, it seems like you're going to get it pretty quick, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So, Janko, do you want to get into the specializations?
Yeah, we might as well. I mean, cool, yeah. I mean, I totally think we should. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. And to be completely honest, that's where the majority of the information is. Because there's a ton of info to kind of take in here. And, like, I mean, we could go point by point. And, I mean, we might, but probably won't. Because that might take a while. But I did put the link in chat, so it's there if you guys want to read it. The DZ is too small. Casey, honestly, we'll see what happens at Endgame. I didn't think it was too small. I thought it was maybe a little bit too small, but I also think it felt a little empty, which is what made it feel weird. If you make them too... Yeah, that's another discussion. But yeah, I didn't think it was too small.
I don't think it was too small. And I'll just touch upon it real quick since you brought it up. I just think the overall flow didn't feel as big as maybe the Division 1, because Division 1... you literally could run from 1 to 6, essentially up one street. And I think the thing that's a little bit different, and it's the layout of the city, you got to remember, it's not as blocked and rigid as New York is. Maybe to a degree, some similarities, but I think what they did was they kind of took away those long, straight paths so you could just book it. So I think maybe that's making it feel smaller, because you're doing a lot more twists and turns. And I think in the end, to Janko's point, and I'll jump off this topic, is basically with not as many players in there and you're kind of running around looking for players, you're seeing the same thing maybe more than you would normally. So maybe it felt smaller in that regard.
Yeah, but, I completely agree with Kirky that the DZ one, or the Division 1 DZ, was way too big. There were times that I could go in there I don't want to say near launch, within a month or two of the game launch, where it was still relatively highly populated, and I could run around from 1 to 6 and never see another player. And I know that there was 24 people. And then they added 7, 8, and 9.
Forget it. I mean, you'd be up there for days.
Right, which made it a dream for me as a non-PvPer. Like, there was a ton of space there. This one, the only time it felt a little too small for me was when I was trying to do sneaky...
sneaky.
Yeah, sneaky. Ninja sneaky extractions. Because no matter where you were in that DZ, you can make it to that extraction to try to cut the rope, which is cool.
Right. I would say, do you think with more players particularly present, it'll bring a whole element of, like, no pun intended, like hot extraction? Because it's going to be hot.
Oh, yeah,
extractions
absolutely.
are going to be, so I think that might help a little bit. But
I absolutely think that the smaller DZ size combined with there only being 12 people in there will mean that the people that are there that want PvP are going to be seeking it out. And so if you're seeking it out, you're going to be able to find it, because any time that somebody tries to trigger an extraction, you will be able to get there because of the time that's involved and the size of the DZ. However, if you are somebody that wants PvP and you're a 4-man group and you somehow get into a server with 2 other 4-man groups that don't want a PvP, you are going to be humped, and you're going to need to just change servers, because it's going to be difficult to get PvP at that point.
Agreed.
So,
Demolitionist? Or do you want to maybe, because Janko, I know you play this more than me, I'd love to maybe have you segue. Great transitional word. Do you want to maybe kick it off with Sharpshooter and give out points, opinions, facts all that fun stuff?
Whatever. Yeah. We can. So
or it's your call, however you want to do it.
Yeah, no, we totally can. So basically, the Division's answer. The link is there. This is from a website called the Division.zone or the Division Zone. And then they did this whole breakdown on all of the specializations that end.
Jeez.
Each specialization gets a unique signature weapon, skill mod, grenade mod, weapon attachment. We kind of already went through all of those. 2 signature weapon ammo talents for the player and party. Let's see. And then it kind of goes into like how you get your ammo. Survivalist has to kill affected enemies or enemies that are affected by status effects. The demolitionist gets it through explosive kills. Sharpshooter gets it by making headshot kills. I have an issue with that, but...
Still, yeah.
I still do, because like you get headshot kills naturally. The other two, you have to work harder to get your ammo, and I don't feel like those weapons were more powerful than the 50 cal to justify having to work harder to get that ammo. But with the 2 ammo talents, if you're always running with a sharpshooter, and that sharpshooter has been nice enough to do the group or the party ammo talent, and they're racking up headshots, you may be getting ammo left and right also. So,
again, it might help communication, even post experience or pre-experience, like just jumping in, like, hey, Janko, I'm going to run Demolitionist. I would like it, if it plays out to your point, like, hey, run that talent, hopefully get more ammo drop. That's going to take away from something else. I think decisions, communications, I think we're going to be hugely weighed, more so than people may be comfortable with in the beginning, myself included, maybe.
I
think it's going to be good, man. I think it's going to force people to really talk and choose.
Well, I think it's going to also force people to think about how they play. And, you know, when you're putting together a group, especially for the raid or something, how do I play? If Johnny plays the same way as me, that may not go over too well if we're both demolitionists. But
Probably
then again,
not.
maybe it will. You know, so like, yeah, like playing around with that. Casey, I'm getting the Dark Zone version, so I'll get that one.
I think I went Dark Zone as well.
Did you? Yeah. So the general modifiers for the sharpshooter. Sharpshooter gets a 50 cal rifle. Which is awesome. I don't know if you didn't get a chance to use it, dude. It is amazing.
No, I didn't. I'm so mad.
Oh, it's so nice, dude. It kicks like a friggin' mule. But like, and that's kind of the bad thing about it is if you actually shoot somebody close enough with it, their head explodes. So like, there were times that I was able to line it up, hit a headshot, and just their head ceases to exist.
Oh, that's awesome.
But if you do that at range, you will never see it because you'll take the shot, boom, and then your scope is up here. And you don't even, like, there were times I didn't even know if I hit, like, a headshot because of how bad the kick feels. But it feels right. Like, it should feel the way it does. And it does, it comes down relatively snappy. So
is it fair to say if you're further back and you get a headshot, you get more time to let the bullet go down range and then see the really cool headshot?
No, I don't think there's bullet travel speed. It doesn't feel like it's significant enough. Like in Ghost Recon Wildlands or something like that. Although those bullets seem like they were flying in the Matrix. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, we did, or I did, Petey. We're gonna basically get to it, because that's what we're going through all of this. The kick is proper. Yeah, no, the kick feels proper.
Yeah,
it feels really
man.
good.
That thing's a monster.
But, I mean, the damage on it's awesome. So just the general modifiers that you get, 25% headshot damage, 30% increased reload speed, 30% weapon stability, and reduced recoil. You know what? And that might be why those guns that they gave to the sniper in the private beta felt so good. They felt so much better than everything else. I wonder if that's why. Because I didn't know about that. Increased armor while in cover, which I didn't even friggin' know. Reduce the chance that you are critically hit in conflict by 20%. Interesting. And then group members gain 10% bonus headshot damage when they are closer to the target than you are. So, shadowed! I get to Leroy Jenkins shit and still get bonus damage. How cool is that?
That's pretty sweet, man. To your point, like, there you go. Like, tactically, you're like, hey, Johnny and Kirky, you guys go there, and I'll play, like, a true Overwatch role, and then you guys get damage buff, and then I could do my thing with the big gun.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. And then I know Marco had covered it. PD just brought up Marco's video. If you guys haven't seen it, it's an amazing video. That he kind of breaks all of this down in 20 minutes, and we're taking 3 hours to do it because it's more fun to do it in 3 hours. You're gonna laugh every time I die. That's fine. I'll laugh every time that somebody has to res me. But yeah, it's the first time that they've added negative modifiers in PvP. So like, I have a 20% less chance to be critically hit in conflict. I don't understand that, to be completely honest. Johnny, try to explain it to me. If somebody hits me with a headshot, it's a critical hit, right? Or no, headshot is different from critical hit. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I got it. I'm slow.
I was gonna say, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Words are hard. I forgot. But this goes back to what we had talked about, I think 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about the weapon attachments and how like the negatives on some of those weapon attachments seem dramatic. But then as we start looking into these things, we see how many bonuses there are. And oh my God, dude, it could be insane how much, like how many bonuses you can stack on top of each other. So now all of a sudden that 20% or that 10%, critical hit may not be that big of a deal. I don't know.
The thing that I'm looking at, like right off the rip, is if you look at that weapons modifier segment, right? So you have flashbang grenade, blinds enemies, great. Sharpshooter 93. It's just the thing is, there's so many different variables, but yet it has a stacking feel. I hope you guys understand what I mean by that. If you don't, I'll try to explain it a little bit better. But Sharpshooter 93R, that's the pistol. You're going to now get a 3-round burst out of it instead of just a crazy automatic. But the thing that I like is you get some increased sidearm damage, which sometimes it helps. You're quicker just going right to your sidearm and going pow, pow, pow after, maybe your primary runs out. The thing that I dig about this section is the 145% increased signature weapon damage. Dude, I mean, just that number alone, huge guy.
Huge.
And then this is my rifle, 15% increased marksman rifle damage. So if you go, and correct me if I'm wrong, Janko, because you played this.
Yes.
So if I go marksman rifle with the sharpshooter, I'm going to get, and I have the weapon modifier on, you're telling me I'm going to get 15% extra damage on my base rifle and then 145% on the signature if I have those two modifiers equipped?
Yeah.
That's a lot of extra damage, boys.
The thing is, I don't know if the signature weapon...
right,
I don't know if the signature weapon counts as a marksman rifle. So
no, I understand that, but like, are you getting 145% on the 50 cal?
Yes.
If you have that mod on, and then you'd get 15% on your base marksman rifle.
Right.
Separate issues, I get.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, that's bananas.
Yeah, so like, and that's why I remember the SR1 or the SRS1. I can't remember which weapon it was that they gave you.
I think the second
in the game, but it was the best sniper rifle I've ever used in the Division. And I think part of that reason is because of all of these that I didn't know were there, right? Because we weren't allowed to go into the progression tree, the SR1. My God, that gun was amazing.
Yeah, I actually did get to use that, thankfully. That thing was a monster.
Yeah, so like, you get 15% increased marksman rifle damage on top of, 25% headshot damage, on top of bonus reload speed, on top of 30% stability and reduced recoil.
Okay, now here's the question. Like, how do you get these modifiers? Is this through progression through your tree?
I think so.
I want to, like, I'm not 100. I'll be honest, like, and this is why we do a community event, because I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Like, is this through progression?
I believe so.
If you know, please, Janko. If you know too.
I'm pretty sure each one of these is a talent. Because chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I listened to Marco's video twice, but I was driving at the time, so I didn't get to watch it, other than like if I was at a stoplight I could kind of glance down. So like I saw skill trees, You get through the skill, the tree progression. Yeah, that's what I thought. So like you can unlock all of these different things because this is where he was talking about it, and yeah, because there's like a special marksman uniform, right? A special outfit for the sharpshooter. And
is it cool looking?
I don't know. They didn't show it, but Marco was talking about this as he assumes that we will be able to grind up enough points to buy every talent in the tree. He was like, because otherwise there's no way that somebody would buy a uniform when you can get, 145% increased signature damage, right? Or something like that. Like,
yeah, I mean, that'd just be silly, no matter how cool it is.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's a tree progression. Shadow, give me 1 sec. I can find a picture of it Oh, wait, was it in this video? Was there a picture of it in this video? I can't remember if it was this
I can't remember offhand either. While Janko's looking at that, and Janko, just jump in and cut me off at any point if you find it. I actually am looking through the Demolitionist, and a lot of people were asking me, because, boom, 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 tube, are you going to go that route? And I got to be honest, I have no clue. I kind of want to go sharpshooter, just because I think early and just late, like that'll be the most fun and effective. And I think from an ammo drop standpoint, that seems to be the easiest right now to get. But maybe Demolitionist, which has some really cool things in there, is the way to go too. Just kind of like random things I dig about it. You can get a 357 Magnum revolver. I mean, that's hand cannon written all over it. Some of the cool modifiers were reducing the chance you're critically hit in conflict by 20%. Group members gain a 5% damage to targets out of cover, and a 25% increase to explosive damage, effects, grenades, skills, and others. 25% is huge, guys. I don't know if you truly, and ladies, of course. I say guys as in everyone. So,
Dork.
Did you find it, Jake?
I am completely with you, Dork. I would go over. Yeah, I was just telling Dork, I would totally go for fashion. Also, just because I'm a role player at heart, so that's the kind of stuff I do. And yeah, so this is the skill tree for Demolitionist.
Nice, thank you.
In game. So I'm assuming this is where you start, and this is how many points you have. This dude's got negative 157 points. Sweet.
Rip.
He wins. I'm guessing, obviously, like we don't know what each one of these are, but kind of put 2 and 2 together. This is probably the friggin' outfit. So that honestly probably be my first purchase. I love shit like that, so that'll probably be my first purchase. I don't blame you,
dude. The thing I think that's sticking out to me between the two, just rough opinions, right off the rip, it seems like Demolitionist has more overall modifiers, whereas Sharpshooter is more tailored towards that, which makes sense. But if you look at the modifiers, again, on Demolitionist, you can do spray and pray, 15% damage, increased damage for SMGs, and then you can also choose 15% damage for LMGs. So you could do like an LMG and have your backup be an SMG, and you get 15% extra damage across the board for both of those. On top of it looks like they're doing 145% increased signature weapon damage. That's going to be, it seems to me, Janko, like that's across the board for no matter what signature you do. Once you get that modifier, you can get that extra 100 and round number. Well, 50, but 145%.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tree, right? You can see the lines, right? You start here, so then, that's probably the submachine gun damage. You've got the assault rifle damage buff, I'm guessing is here. Yes. This is the 357. So you can't buy this one without that one. You just can't get there. So, I mean, I don't know where that bonus damage is going to be for the 145% signature weapon damage, but it looks like it's not possible for it to be more than 2 steps away.
I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up that tree as you look at it now. And that's the thing, again, if anyone who's new or just stopped in, we kind of touched upon briefly, the Division pretty much, well, I shouldn't say pretty much, they did announce that your first specialization is going to be pretty easy to obtain. In this guy's case, it doesn't look that way because somehow he's negative 157. But
he's got everything though.
He's got everything though. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally be a very valuable teammate at that point for sure. Kevlar
It's not
sandals?
Crocs and socks. This game's gonna be dead, and Anthem will be my main game, dude. Yeah,
that I believe actually.
Yeah. Somebody said earlier that the grind in this game is going to be real, and it's going to be. It definitely, at least it feels like it's going to be. It's going to be a pretty deep.
Yeah, I think the modifiers are better for Demolitionists, man.
Oh yeah, I was going to go back to that.
Just looking at them, and I'd love for you to kind of pick apart your favorites and chime in for sure.
So let's see, 10% increased sidearm damage. I'm pretty sure Sharpshooter gets that also. They both get the 15% or the 145%. This one gets
I'm gonna pull up two
15%
windows.
15% marksman rifle. This gets 15% SMG damage. Yeah, I mean, my only problem with it, and like I was already pretty set on going Demolitionist. It just kind of shoehorns me into playing LMG and SMG. Because why would I run a shotgun instead of an SMG and basically do 15% less damage? Like
it would make sense.
Unless shotguns are more powerful anyway. And no, off-duty senpai, it's not a bad thing at all. It's one of the reasons why my penis can't get any more erect. Since this is a division.
That's one of the reasons?
No, that is the reason that I can't get harder. Is because of how deep this game seems like it's going to be, and how much it's embracing those RPG elements.
Do you feel it's in chat? And Senpai, great to have you in the stream. Thank you for the comment. Welcome. This is open to Janko, and then I'd love for you guys to chat to chime in. Again, do you think that is going to scare people away? Because let's be honest, we were very, let's say post year one, it's maybe like year one post to say year two, we got gear like it was going out of style. I feel like the grind from say 1.4 maybe to 1.5 post those days, not exactly an exact time frame, I feel like I personally had no problems getting any gear. And I feel like now, granted, we're not really pushing for gear as much, but now we're talking about more of a grind just for skills and mods and talents. We didn't have to do that before. Is that a major turnoff for the community?
Probably, and fuck them if it is. No, to be completely honest, I want it to be as deep as it possibly can. The deeper the game, the better for me. Because somebody, I can't remember if it was Say No to Rage or if it was King of Thales, somebody said this best about Destiny, where they said that Destiny 1 did an amazing job of taking casual players and turning them into hardcore players because of the grind. Destiny 2 did an amazing job of turning hardcore players into casuals.
Yeah. Because there wasn't too many difficult things to grind for in Destiny 2, and I never played Destiny 1, but short of Luna, and maybe the Mountaintop's probably the only thing I didn't really go for, just because I thought it was totally, beyond what I wanted. But I felt like I looked at a lot of the majority of the quests, and I was like, wow, this is too easy.
Yeah. So, I think that, yes, the overall breadth of it, right? If you are not an RPG fan or you're new to the Division and you're looking at this, your head's going to explode. But the way that it felt in the private beta, the way that even the brand sets are present at level 2 or level 1, I think that's going to ease people into it. So by the time when you get to 30, this is nowhere near as big of a chunk of information to learn and to get. And if they lay it out properly, I think, and they piece it to you a little at a time, I think it'll really, really work out well. What they can't do is what Anthem does, which is throw you in and then not explain to you how fucking combos work.
They just throw you in the deep end of the pool?
No, I mean, they do. There's nothing at all in Anthem that tells you how to do a combo or what a combo is.
Do you like that, or do you not like that?
I mean, I like it because I like hitting combos, but I hate the fact it didn't tell me how to do them. That's and I don't necessarily like tutorials that hold my hand and pull me along at a snail's pace. But come on, man, that's kind of like telling somebody in the Division, like not teaching them how to throw a grenade or not how to switch their weapons, right? Or something like that. Like it's so integral into like the combat system. You need to know how to, or better yet, how to use your skills, right? If you played the Division and you unlock a skill, but then it never tells you, like nothing highlights in a UI to tell you how to apply that skill and what button to use, you're like, wait,
cool,
what?
Thanks.
Yeah, or giving you skills and not even telling you that you have them. Like that would be the level of idiocy that is. That said, I'm still having a lot of fun with Anthem. It's awesome.
I think the thing that jumps off the paper to me, and I don't know if it's just like, you know, new syndrome, like new car smell syndrome, is the amount of ideas that are new. And what I mean by that is like, okay, modifiers and modifications, that's not new. I think the manner in which they're going about it and naming them obviously is new, but it just feels like, again, so much more grind and choices need to be made. It just feels deeper right off the rip, which I think is a good thing. Because like Imperium mentioned, like most things in Destiny 2, apart from min-maxing, can be done in a weekend. Yeah, I mean, how many times, Imp, did you help? Ooh, hold on.
I thought we were getting some cool music for a minute, and then Johnny goes and screws us over.
That's oh boy, that's a safe house alert. We might have an outer perimeter breach.
Oh.
No, but yeah, I mean, I would literally, and Janko, you've done it as well. Like, I'd be like, hey man, I need to do this. Like, you know, for example, like maybe like the Whisper of the Worm. Like, granted, probably not the best example, but you know, it's something that you could do in like 4 weeks if you know the right person and they know the right things. And I don't know if this is necessarily the same or different. I guess we'll see. But it feels to me, it just feels deeper.
Oh, it's way
Johnny deeper.
I think it's way deeper. I mean, you've got, and somebody had said something earlier about it, and I was thinking about this, because when you play at the Endgame in the private beta, hopefully it's still there in the public beta, Julian Garrity did tweet out this week at some point, somebody's response to something, he was like, this will have more than the private beta had in it. Like, there's more there's more content in this than there was in the private beta. Hopefully that doesn't just mean just the cum gun, because I know that's going to be in this one. But like when you really start looking, and this goes back to your question also about the like how deep, you know, is it going to turn some people off? I didn't even realize until I had been messing around in Endgame for hours and hours that there's another level of gear modifiers. There's like gear mods that you put on your gear that then does extra stuff to it, and it's kind of mind-blowing how precisely you're going to be able to tweak your build, I think, which I think is going to lead to a absolute veritable shit ton of build diversity.
Yeah, I want to just kind of just take a quick second and just for anybody who has just stopped in tonight, maybe a little bit later. I know it's a different random time for tonight. Thank you guys for showing up. And by the way, if you really like the time, let us know too. We're always looking for feedback on everything we do, because we're looking to improve and evolve. I think this is an awesome project that is going to be great for not only Janko and I as players, but as, you know, content creators, because it's a lot of fun to do, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it. 3 episodes down and in the books. We are in episode 4 right now, and Janko and I just want to thank everybody. If you guys didn't know and you weren't around before, the Division Debrief channel made affiliate. Janko, is it after the 3rd episode technically?
Basically, yeah.
Basically, yeah, guys. Right after around the 3rd show, this being our 4th. So again, on behalf of Janko and myself, thank you for all that support. That is just awesome, and we are affiliated. Yay!
Yeah, seriously, thank you guys so much for that. That is something I never even thought would happen when Johnny and I started doing all this. So it's super, super dope that it is. So thank you guys all for that. It's cool to stop by when it's on Sundays. On Saturdays, you're always at work. Type less. I haven't typed that much to begin with. Look at it this way: if it has more depth,
I said this is Division Debrief. I meant to say that to Dork.
Yeah, well, you didn't.
Sorry,
I haven't even typed that much, and I want everybody to recognize that when I have typed, I have muted my own microphone so that you guys don't hear the tippity tap. Right? What a putz.
Okay, well, when in Rome.
If they don't fix the mod slot area, people are going to nerd rage, leave for something less. Wait, what? Let's see. If people take more time tinkering with it, means less time playing, means they spend more time on the game. Right. I mean, that's part of the reason why, you know, some of these systems get built the way they do, right? Because if you, and it's one of the reasons why it's always irritated me when there's significant travel times between things, you know, going here, going there, or in the Division, or I can't remember if it was in the Division 1, but I know that there's RPGs that make you go back to base every time you do a mission. Anthem is one of them that does this, right? Like you do a mission, go back to base, talk to 15 people. Cool. I get that it's a role-playing game. I like that. I like that level of depth. However, let me just do another mission while I'm out. Like, I want to get in the rhythm of the game. And the more time I have to spend just running around, if I have to run around and talk to 10 NPCs and that takes me an hour, now I've played for an hour and I haven't done dick. Like, I haven't advanced my character. I haven't leveled up. I haven't gotten any new gear. I haven't done any. So there needs to be a good balance with those.
Yep. Agreed. I think the one thing that I'm really curious about, and I never want to chase away players because obviously we're around building community, and not only, say, example, like your community, Janko, mine, and then obviously with the Division Debrief, if, in my opinion, like if you're just going to come in and look to rip this out in a month and then badmouth it, I mean, that's your business. You can do what you want. I'm not going to go on Twitter like so many people are and play Twitter police and be like, how dare you? You can't say that. But I think the people who really dig this game and the people who like the grind, they'll embrace that. And then the people who are afraid of that will kind of weed themselves out. And maybe that's not like a bad thing. I mean, you don't want to lose players, but you know what I mean? Like you want people to stick around for the long haul, not just rip the game out in a month. Hopefully, you know, they're one of those players who kind of like took that Division 1 tone where like, I hate this. And then they took 3, 4, 5 months off and then they saw, you know, a new feature come out, say like Survival or Underground. And then the suddenly they're like, well, I'll come back. Hopefully they just stick around the whole time and just kind of embrace that grind. I guess is my main point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, everybody's entitled to their wrong opinion. Exactly. Yeah. And here's the thing. And it's one of the things that, like, I know Johnny and I talking about the channel that we, while we both crave conversation, and I personally have a massive thing for differing opinions and even like having different viewpoints and recognizing somebody else's perspective.
Sometimes, for sure.
No, it absolutely is, because like I have my perspective because of my experience, you have your perspective because of your experience. Our life experiences have been different, or our gaming experience has been different, so you're gonna have a different opinion, and the whole point is to be able to bring different opinions together and not be an asshole or not be a dick to the other person, right? I don't know if Gail's here right now, but Gail and I are very, very opposite people when it comes to like things that we've talked about, politics, whatever. But like we've been able to talk about it and still move on, and that's what this channel is about. Is like if you have some negativity towards the game, if you don't like it when it launches, man, come in on that debrief on that Saturday, voice your complaints. We'll talk about it, but don't insult people that do like it just because they do. And that's like the whole Anthem versus Destiny versus Division 2. Like, dude, people can like all of them, and I hate the society-ish thing that we've gotten now, where the more polarized you are, the more popular or the more clickbaity, the more clicks that you'll get with your opinion, because you either really, really like it or you have to really, really hate it. There's no common ground middle, like,
no, there isn't. And I think the one thing, if you're okay with letting down your guard and letting people in and letting their opinion kind of at least, you know, permeate with you. Like I've had that talk with people in the past with technology. It's like, I flip and hate AMD. That's trash. But if you listen to them and their explanations and vice versa, like you and I had that talk not too long ago about, Intel, and we were like, I'm not an Intel guy, but I'll listen to you talk about it and I'll entertain the idea. And because in the end of the day, even if I decide to never buy an Intel chip, I'm that much smarter for knowing a little bit more about CPUs. And I think that's what I hope to get out of the Division Debrief in my channel. That's what I like to enjoy when I'm in yours, is the good conversation. Like, you can not like something, but you don't have to be an a-hole about not liking it.
Oh, I am muted because I typed. I am muted. Sorry about that. But Senpai, this is perfect. Perfect thing that I wanted to bring up, and it's perfect for what we're talking about because, you say that during the private beta, the only thing that you hated was the inventory mods menu. I really like the inventory mods menu, but I think people on PC hated it because there's extra button clicks and you couldn't use your mouse or something like that. I was on console. I thought it was freaking great.
The one thing I noticed on PC, normally you could just, if you were to highlight, let's say, your chess pieces, if you had the one equipped and then you clicked on the one below it, let's say, you could then go V, 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 and then all of a sudden, like, you just marked 50 things real quick and then you just tabbed out and then hit delete. Now you had to go click, delete, click, delete, click, delete. I don't know if that's necessarily what he's saying. I necessarily didn't hate the menus. I didn't love them. I thought they were really clean and different looking, but I don't think functionality, they were maybe as easy to work as Division 1, but they weren't, I think they were meant to look and feel different.
Yeah, I love the way that they look. I thought they were really stylized. Yeah. The thing I did find, I got really irritated. I don't know why they switched the buttons on controller. L2 was to mark things for deletion. R2 was to save them. They swapped those. So, and I don't, it's like a completely stupid, unnecessary swap. But there was still a way that you could mark them all, and then you could delete all the marked things. But it's a little bit different the way that they do it. How small some of the buttons were compared to others. But see, that's what we're talking about right here. Is, Senpai didn't like it. I did, right? We can talk about it. Senpai didn't come out and was like, dude, anybody that likes this inventory system's an asshole or something like that, right? So, thank you for being awesome, because that's what we want.
Will they fix the invite system as far as you mean the player signaling for help, Jack? Is that what you're talking about? The constant you have a collect call from? That actually would be a really cool feature. Imagine that. If you're ever you have a collect call from your anus. I would totally troll people with that. What do you mean exactly, though, Jack? Just clarify for me.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. Because I wasn't on PC, so I don't know if Jack was on PC or not. So because obviously
tabbing out. Yeah, that was annoying. Jack's right. On PC, what you had to do was you had to hit Jack. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't get to play a whole lot. Constant and complaining about that. Shift F2, if I'm not mistaken, and you had to invite people through there, or you had to go into your menu, and then I think you hit tab through there. You could bring up how to invite people as a little drop down menu. I thought the menus were a little small. I know what Senpai's saying, or he's saying some of the buttons were. I thought some of the little drop-down menus, again, I should say little drop-down menus, some of the drop-down menus were a little small for my liking. I thought they could have been visually a little bit bigger. But that's the beauty of conversation, is if we bring that out there, then all of a sudden they look at it and they're like, cool, let's make the menus a little bigger. And it's not just a bunch of players, i.e. Janko saying, I love them, and then Senpai saying, you're a friggin' moron if you love them. He just comes, it's just two contrasting opinions, and maybe you meet in the middle ground there, which is awesome.
Yeah. So I know get back to the specializations. I brought up all three of them because you were asking about like the bonuses, right? That you thought the general modifiers for sharpshooter or demolitionist. Oh no, you were talking about the weapon modifiers, but
yeah, I meant the signature weapon damage one.
General, yeah, I brought up all three because I wanted to compare all three of them, and it's weird that sharpshooter has 6 general modifiers, demolitionist only has 4, and survivalist has 5. So like obviously demolitionist I think then got extra weapon modifiers 2, 4, 6, 7.
So I have open all 3 too, and it looks like the signature weapon damage for all 3 is 145%.
Yeah, sharpshooters lose a weapon modifier. They have 1 fewer weapon modifier. They've got 3 skill modifiers. It looks like all of them have 3 skills.
Yep.
And then miscellaneous 2, 4, 6.
2, 4, 6. 2, 4. So you got 5, 6, 5.
Yeah.
Depending on how you're looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, but then like the general modifiers, and this is where like my jaw kind of dropped when I was reading it because it's awesome. So burn resistance by 20% bonus, explosive ordnance, plus 25% increased explosive damage. So that's sweet, right? Because you need your explosive kills. So that affects grenade skills and effects. Awesome. That same negative 20%. Where is the thing? There was something specific in things that I wanted to...
Stuff and things and people.
Yes. Oh, this is it. Down here in miscellaneous, the coolest... maybe second coolest, possibly the coolest thing that I saw for demolitionist. Ignore explosions can only trigger once every 60 seconds. So once every 60 seconds, I can ignore a pre-stagger grenade.
So is that like what you call it? Oh man, not oh my god, I totally brain farted. Help me, Tom Cruise. From Division 1 where you could eat the grenades.
Yeah. God, can you imagine if you try to kill yourself and you toss down a grenade and it doesn't even work? Right. But yeah.
Final measure, thank you, Amp. Appreciate it. Wow, I totally brain farted. That's kind of like it's got some shades of final measure there, don't you think?
It does. It does.
A little bit.
And yeah, and then survivalist, 20% protection from elites, 25% increased healing from team members, 10% cooldown reduction when in cover. Super cool. And especially when that's combined with another thing that is down here, could be super badass. And then group members gain plus 10 damage, percent damage to targets with status effects. So I wonder if the ability to generate ammo for your teammates is tied to the same way. Multi-kills of status effect enemies grant a chance to gain signature ammo to all group or raid members. But see, the problem here is like plus 10% damage to targets with status effects. If I'm a survivalist and I need status effects to kill to get my ammo, and somebody's under status effects, I don't want anybody else killing that guy. Like, if somebody else kills him, they're stealing my fucking ammo from me.
That's going to be interesting. Again, I know what you're saying. It's like, you're going to have to really... Is that going to get annoying, potentially calling that out, if you have to go that route? Like...
I don't know. I mean, hopefully it all balances out with the other classes also getting abilities to, like, try to... spawn ammo for their teammates. Hopefully that all balances out, right?
Yeah. And I like this one under survivalist. Receive 5 ammo per second for your current weapon when moving from cover to cover, which cover to cover is going to be, it's going to be more relevant. So you'll see a lot more, pressing buttons to go from this cover to that cover and et cetera. So that might be really cool too.
Yeah. No, it like super might be. And this is the other one that with that reduced cooldown, armor kits now repair over 5 seconds instead of instantly, but the repair effect now also applies to team members within 10 meters. So you get a heal over time to all of your team members that are close to you. And the armor kits, and I don't think the armor kits run a very long cooldown anyway, but cooldowns are, going to be reduced by 10% when you're in cover. So that's super cool. And I know Marco in his video brought up something that could potentially be an issue with that, right? If you've got a group of 3 or 4 survivalists and everybody pops that before they run around the corner and go after a group, you have a full group of 4 that have bonus ammo, reduced cooldowns, and a heal over time before they even start combat. Right? Like,
I can see that being really good in a raid, because not only do you get AR damage as an increase potentially, but you can get shotgun damage, which they're already really strong, which for people who like to run ARs and then run their shotguns as a secondary. Wow. Survivability, it's almost like a survivalist, maybe no pun intended, it feels very nomadish-y.
Yeah.
Nomadish-y.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, Imp, it looks like that's maybe where we were sniping with that shotgun. Remember that? Maybe that's why, because we had that bonus increase to shotgun damage. I know we were doing that on the sniper, but yeah, I didn't realize it gets shotgun damage. I may have to go survivalist, guys. Like, I am... God dang it. I was so set on demolitionist, but now, yeah, I might have to be nomadish-y.
Nomadish-y. Do you guys want to get a t-shirt made up with that? When I played the Division 2, and all I got was this nomadish-y shirt.
Damn it, I wish I could have set up a quote system for this so that we could
we probably should, because we're going to have some awesome ones. I have a feeling.
I'll have to get that set up.
We'll do that for you guys. That's a good idea. Johnny Nomadish-y Boom.
A special magazine for 5.56 assault rifles.
Yep.
What's
what does that mean? Special mag? Is that like, like shock rounds or fire rounds?
No, I mean, I would assume, no, it's a special magazine mod. So I'm assuming it's like an extended mag or something. Mag. Yeah, I seem to remember it being in the beta, but I can't remember what it did.
Mod to increase the healing of the Seeker Mine. Jeez. I think this is going to be... Yeah, what do you guys think? Maybe let's get a quick kind of like interaction here. Like, do you guys think which specialization do you see being the most popular right off the bat? Let's do a 1 for survivalist, 2 for sharpshooter, and 3 for I was gonna say demonologist, but demolitionist.
Demonologist.
They found us again.
So wait, what were the numbers again? 1 for what?
Let's do 1 for sharpshooter, 2 for survivalist, and we'll do 3 for demolitionist.
As far as which one sounds the best?
As far as like just overall popularity right out of the rip.
I think survivalist. Survivalist or sharpshooter, I think, will be more popular.
I happen to agree with you. I honestly could see myself doing survivalist. I really dig the demolitionist, just because the name is cool too. But I could see content-wise, I could see survivalist going hardcore to the front.
Yeah.
My phone literally won't work. What the
heck? I don't know. I think sharpshooter is going to be super popular, because headshot kills are generally how we've all been trained to kill things anyway. And so I think that's going to be a more natural transition for most people. I think survivalist, because of that healing and it's like group utility, really seems strong, right? You get 20% protection from elites, increased healing from team members, shotgun and assault rifle, which is perfect mid-range and short-range weapons. The special mag for that. You get the heal for you. The armor kits that then also help out your team members. Multi-kills of a status affected. That does that. Receive 5 ammo per second of your current weapon. I wonder, that can't be for the signature weapon, I'm guessing. And then an outfit. I haven't even read all of Demolitionist yet.
That's a cool point, Typer. Typer brought up the fact survivalist too, because the crossbow being so new.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I gotta say, man, I did the bows in Destiny 2, and I dug it in PvE, but I'd be lying if I looked back and said they weren't underwhelming. Yeah, I know you hate them. They were cool to use because I was just so tired of going pulse rifle, and it's just got to be so. I mean, they're so valuable, or so. Yeah, so not they were really effectful.
Yeah, I mean, they looked cool. That's about all I can say about bows. I think they look really cool. I fucking hate them. I hate them.
I know.
I hate bows.
I think naturally people are gonna try them for sure, and I gotta feel like I'm curious to see like how they play because again, like the Destiny 2 ones, they were like meh, and I think they've been trying so hard to get those into a right fit, and they're just not. I'm with you on that. I do agree with you.
Well, and here's the thing. I noticed on Survivalist, and this is why Survivalist is still in third place for me. Multiple times, and I was on stream. I don't know if anybody here was in my stream when I did it. There was in the Endgame mission, there was a boss that had a Johnny 5 robot, right? Like he was an engineer guy, and he had a little robot with him. I was behind cover here. There was a dude, or that boss was in cover over here. I shot him through the head twice with the arrow. The arrow or the bolt from the crossbow went through his head, stuck in the wall behind him, and I was like, that's cool. He's still in range. It exploded, no damage. So obviously that's a bug. Hopefully it gets fixed. But like that left a real sour taste in my mouth. And just trying to the spidey sense on the enemies. If a lot of people do play Survivalist off the bat, and if the enemies, Say No to Rage coined this phrase, Spidey Sense AI, which is, enemies knowing where your grenade is going to go, where your seeker mine or your skills are going to go before you even cast them or use them. And I noticed that was massively prevalent. As soon as I would pull out a grenade, enemies scatter like roaches. As soon as I launch the airburst seeker mine, it leaves my feet and the group of enemies it's going to. It hasn't even started going to them yet. Scatter. Like they know it's coming. And like it was almost impossible to apply status effects. And then I didn't always get ammo every single time I applied status effects. So, and then so like if those things aren't settled out, I really think people will try Survivalist and Demolitionist for the two new weapons, but people will go back to Sharpshooter because headshots are easy to get.
Yeah, especially like Dork brought up a good point because he obviously just got his PC up and running, which I'm psyched about. Because that's another awesome community member I could get to play with on PC. But he said,
Clancy, I love
the difference
that,
to aim and shoot on PC is unreal. It is, and especially if you start really messing with your DPI and your mouse and all that. Man alive, but just right off the rip, like it really is that much different. And I know that's maybe hard for console players to believe or not believe, but it literally. And I was very much a average to pretty much below average shot on console, and I would say on PC, I'm probably above average now. Not great, but you could feel it. And I think the thing you're going to really see is those headshots on PC are just going to be awesome.
Yeah.
To try to line up.
One thing I will say I don't like about Survivalist or Demolitionist is aiming the special weapons. There's like an arc to it. Instead of like a straight line, right, where you've got your cursor and wherever you shoot it, that's where the thing goes. There's like an arc, and it's just kind of awkward and strange. But I'm sure that will be adjusted to. But the thing with the console and PC is like, yeah, man, when you're aiming on a PC, you've got one mouse with laser accuracy, that's laser accurate. That's all you have to do to aim on a controller. You have two thumbsticks that both have to come together to line up that shot, and I'm fucking terrible.
And that's if you're just straight. Imagine like when you're moving and someone else is moving, like when someone's moving left to right. And if you could see, in my opinion, this is where I happen to agree again, if you could find a console player who's got really good aim, man, they're going to be deadly on PC because it's hard. And I think a lot of the notable content creators and players will tell you it is hard to aim on console. It just is. I mean, like, it's a great point, like you mentioned with the laser, because literally it is lasers. Yeah. And now all these new mouses literally have optical lasers in them. It's like freaking lasers.
Right. Yeah.
I noticed the difference right away for myself, so personally.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too.
I hope you're streaming Saturday. I want to play.
Saturday? Yeah.
I want to play with you on Saturday.
Ooh.
I know, right? It'll be my first time being able to play Division on PC.
Dude, that'd be so awesome, man.
I know,
man. Yeah, I think the plan will definitely be to do that. I am a little concerned about the issue I had with the beta. The beta, I shouldn't say the alpha. But the beta, I'm concerned that might happen again. But I'm trying to talk to the fellow people who are way smarter than me with PC.
Yeah.
Because I think if it was that lighting / RGB issue, I want to find a way to fix that. I thought I was doing it right. Apparently I didn't. The thing that really concerns me is, if it happens again, am I going to have to go through this whole process of getting a trouble ticket and sweating it around and then missing days of playing and content creation again?
Right.
That's the frustrating part for me. And I don't think many people had this problem. So that's just my only concern. If I'm good to go, then I will be playing a lot.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hopefully.
Just update the program.
Skipping the open beta, mostly because it's only 16 days away. Yeah, I mean, I get not overhyping, because here's the thing that I had with Division 1 was I played the open beta so much that by the time the game launched, I was like, oh my god, man, I'm doing 1 to 8 again? Like, I have to do these same missions again. But it seems like we're going to get some different information in this. Or some different content in the open beta than we got in the private beta. And in the private beta, because of the staggered release of like the specializations on this day and me rage quitting on Sunday, I didn't get to play it that much. So
yeah.
Seagull, Johnny, what was the issue with the LEDs? Because I've got RGB also.
It hasn't been 100% confirmed, but when I played Thursday night when I got out of work. I played Friday. Saturday, went to get on and play, just to give everyone a synopsis of what happened. I'll try and make this short as possible. Basically, my account said access denied, and at one point I got an error message saying security lighting detected. So a few people were telling me that they think the anti-cheat software was tripped by my RGB software, which has been known to happen, particularly in Fortnite, because they use the same anti-cheat. So everyone's like, well, just disable it. At that point, it didn't matter because my account was locked. So I couldn't get back in. And that was frustrating because it was a Saturday, no one was around. I don't know if that was definitely it. I could have been a bug for all I know, but I don't think many people had that happen. So we'll see. But yes, I'm using Asus Aurora. Yep. So we'll see. It's more of a personal issue for me. I don't think many, if any, people had it in the community, which is great. So could just be they didn't like me.
Wow. I know.
No, it was really a freak thing, dude. So I'm sure I'll be fine this time around. But we'll see.
Yeah, I hope I don't run into any of that.
I mean, that's the one thing I will say is sometimes is annoying about being on PC. You do run into that. The thing I like is generally those fixes are known, and so many people are really smart with PCs that you could just reach out to people either in Discord or just Twitter, and they're like, dude, just fix this.
Yeah.
Okay. And as long as you have the patience, you're usually good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw while you were reading, and we can keep talking about that, but I was just reading, and I don't know why my jaw dropped at this, but for the Demolitionist, when armor is reduced to 0, refills all main weapon ammo. And now, I haven't run out of ammo that much in the Division, so I don't know if that's actually useful or not. Does that just seem like a throwaway talent?
Yes and no, because when your armor finally pops, which it will, you're going to get a main weapon, just instant refill. And then at that point, generally speaking, when it's at 0, you don't have to hit an armor kit right away, but you could. And then the benefit to that would be, so you're in cover or you're in the game, right? And your armor pops. And this is just my opinion, right? And the armor goes away. Boom, you're instantly reloaded. So you could put shots on range, maybe suppress them. And then when they're suppressed, you could pop your armor. So now you're back at basically full health, full armor, and full rounds. And then you kind of, in theory, would have the upper hand. It's borderline. I don't think it's as great as it sounds. I think it's a nice little caveat. Like, I wouldn't cancel Christmas over it.
Well, you know what? Senpai just asked if it's a refill of the mag or just base ammo. That's a good question, because if that refills your mag, that's nice. That's actually really nice, because that's like a nice little face trading weapon, or a nice little free reload, almost mixing in some Lone Star with that, right?
Is that more for PvP you see the benefit, in your opinion, or PvE?
Not the way I play. With the way I play, that's a total PvE talent. As I'm, fucking Leroy Jenkinings up into a group of enemies. That's perfect. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've died because I'm like shooting. Oh, I've got to reload. He's got a bee's dick of health, and I play that game of, can I reload and kill him before he takes out my bee's dick of health that's left first? And so I generally die. But it happened today in Anthem. I was like, nope, I can do this. No, I can't. So, yeah, dude, if it's a mag refill, that's actually super dope. I actually really, really like that.
Yeah, it sounds like... Well, I mean, like it reads, refills all main weapon ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
You compare that refill ammo talent with the never consume armor kit talent? Yeah, well, here's the problem with that, though, is I did notice that talent... You cannot, you have to lose your ammo. And Johnny, if you don't know what he's talking, do you know what he's talking
about? No.
Okay.
In all honesty, I don't.
There's a talent that you can get in the game that basically, when your armor gets cracked and broken and you run out of ammo, the next armor kit that you use is not consumed. So, if you get hit, boom, your armor goes away. You immediately duck into cover and you hit that armor kit, it doesn't go away. So if you've got 3, you do it, boom, it repairs your armor, you still have 3 armor kits. So if you time it right, you don't consume armor kits. But the problem is if your armor gets hit, gets knocked, and it goes away, and then as you're taking that armor kit, you take more damage, it doesn't count. Like that... You have to time it right where...
Yeah, I think that timing is going to be, really difficult. And I think they probably set it up that way based on your description.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not the most difficult thing to pull because, if you do get into cover, you can. But that's where, you can pair that ammo talent with the never consume armor kit. That might be hard to time because, if your armor gets reduced to 0 and you're still shooting... and you get extra ammo, so you continue shooting, most likely you're going to take some more damage. I'm thinking, which will then negate the armor kit talent.
I kind of dig these weapon modifiers, even amongst all of them. Basically, the Demolitionist will give you access to a 357 revolver. Where's the other one? Sorry, I had the other ones pulled up. Sharpshooter will get you a 3-round burst 93R, which I think is going to be interesting because that gun came on the scene really hot and then literally overnight kind of died out once people realized if you put predatory and, a different skill-based talent on your third weapon, you could really really benefit greatly in PvP. And then Survivalist... 44 Magnum.
Survivalist got a Desert Eagle in
that thing's a badass. That's a bad mofo right there.
Yeah, it got a Desert Eagle in the beta, and it was pretty cool. But
did you use it?
I did. You could put, was it the ACOG scope that you could put on it? There was some ridiculous scope that you could put on it, and it was amazing. I was having the most fun in the beta with the different weapon builds. There was it the Marine? oh God, was it the Marine Special? Whatever the shotgun was on the sniper, that they gave you. It was like a pistol gripped shotgun that I put an ACOG scope on, and you could
filthy.
You could legit. It was a Super 90, yeah, the Marine Super 90 with an ACOG scope. You could legitimately headshot ads from probably 10 to 15 feet away with that thing. Like, it was ridiculous.
Stupid.
It was so cool looking too, man. It looked like something out of a Stallone movie in the 80s. It was so amazing.
Oh, thank you, Senpai. Yeah, I'm really hopeful sidearms are valuable, but practical, however you want to describe it, because for so long they were just literally
you did, Shadow. That was totally
look at again, and we have to compare mostly to Division 1. They were pretty much, like I said, they didn't get really popular until people realized, hey, I'm in PvP, and if I melee somebody with it, I could proc, say, Predatory, for example, if you're running Striker. So now you got a health buff just for meleeing somebody. Or you could put on, like, Cool-Headed on a blue pistol and just do 100 headshots, and boom, you got your ult back. But in-game, it wasn't, and I got to give credit to this gentleman. He kind of showed me this, and because he's former military, and I really found the practicality interesting. Bronson would literally use, say, like an assault rifle, Bronson M4, shout out to him, and he would use it, and then if he got low, instead of like trying to reload, triple tap and then go to your sidearm, which I was like, really? He's like, dude, that's what you do in the service or whatever. Like, if that's what you got when you run out of ammo, like, that's I started doing that in survival too, and it's pretty trippy when you get someone to low health and you see they're reloading, then all of a sudden they bust out a pistol and they're just putting an extra 20 shots on you. So I think that if they're practical again, I think that'd be really cool. And he's a really awesome guy, very opinionated, very thought after combat veteran. So we like to support our veterans, and just I think I'd like to give him credit for that because I can't take credit for it. So
yeah, I hope Eagle sidearms would be Shadowed was the one that showed me the Desert Eagle stuff. I hope sidearms are useful. I cannot remember in the beta. I tried them just because, like, Shadow had said something about the Desert Eagle, so I was trying to see how badass it felt and how hard it hit. I don't think I've used a sidearm in the Division 2 or in the Division 1 since 1.3, maybe.
I'm probably with you. Yeah, I know.
I think in 1.3, I think I tried Marco's Sentry Shield build as a way to try to survive in 1.3. And, like, I legitimately think that was the last time. I never did the, like, get a blue pistol that has a skill that you want. Like, I never dug that deep into it.
No, I never did towards the end. And then even me, like, I didn't play a ton of PvP, but I saw a lot of people who were. In PvE, it's almost, there's literally almost no point to it. You're better off proccing into other things. So I'm playing more PvE.
Yeah, and that's probably why, because I know I've seen like a hero do it all the time, and he's always PvP, and where he drops somebody with his weapon and then switches to the pistol to kill them dead to proc whatever it is, and then goes back to it, and that's just something that, because I don't PvP in the Division 1, I have no idea why or what they do, but yeah, no, I can't remember the last time I used a pistol in the Division.
La Pista.
Yeah, I will try more in Division 2, though. I'm curious if the 93R, which
3-round burst.
Well, I'm curious if that is a particular version of that weapon. Same thing with, like, the 44 revolver and the 357 revolver. I'm curious if those are specific weapons to these things, or if they are specific versions of those weapons that are only going to these characters, or only going to these specializations.
My hope, and I'll be honest, is I hope that these particular ones are relevant to that specialization, so that it's a rare thing in theory that you have to make a decision okay, well, I want to try to get my hands on a Magnum 44, and use it, hopefully, even in game. I feel like if they drop them for everything, in addition to, like, there wouldn't be a point, in my opinion, to really want to grind survivalist from a handgun only standpoint, if you could also get it under sharpshooter. But like you said, like maybe it's a very specific kind and you still could. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, is a pistol a good enough reason to base your specialization choice?
No, probably not. I think you got to take all of it into consideration. I think if you look at it and you're like, dude, I just dig the fact that you could use a revolver, and I dig these 3, 4, 5, 6 talents, maybe that pushes you over the edge. Some people might not give one hoot about the sidearm.
Yeah, that's true. What I am curious about is, I know that we can branch into all of them, right? I know that there's a respec. So like you can sell back skills to buy another one if you make a mistake or whatever. And I know that they said that you will be able to grind up all three, like either at the same time or whatever, or like do all of one, then all of another. And while I know that these abilities won't cross over, right? Like if I grind up sharpshooter and then I grind up a demolitionist, I'm not going to get 15% bonus SMG and 15% LMG damage while also getting the sharpshooter's 15% increased marksman rifle damage. Like I know I'm not going to get that, but I'm curious if these are specific weapons, the pistols, if I can still use that pistol while I'm using the other classes. Or the mods, more importantly, while I'm using the other mods or the other classes. So, like, if I grind up the survivalist and I get this infantry mag, can I switch to playing demolitionist and still use that infantry, that 5.56 mag while I'm playing on demolitionist? Because demolitionist also gets, I guess that's LMG damage. Dude, I just realized that's LMG, not assault rifle damage. It looks like I'm going survivalist, guys.
I'm gonna be torn. I think I really dig the idea of using sharpshooter, but I think right off the rip, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna go survivalist too. Like everyone's like suggesting and asking if I'm gonna go grenade launcher, and that's kind of cool because the old boom tube, if you want to call it that. We may have to copyright that actually.
Boom tube.
Boom
boom tube. I think that was a Jack thing. I think that was a Jack Mullins thing.
I think you're right, actually.
I remember seeing it on Twitter. I can't remember if that was Jack or if it was Mark. It might have been Mark Ramsey or Marky V. I can't remember. It was one of those three. It was one of those three people. I can't remember who coined the boom tube.
The old boom tube. Yeah, I think survivalist, dude. And here's the thing, though, and I'm curious to see about chat too. I feel like once, like even if you go survivalist right off the rip, I could even see when you do it, Janko. Like, let's say you reverse, and you go demolitionist first. I could see within 6 months you're going to wind up doing survivalist also on another character. I could be wrong.
6 months?
Less.
It'll probably be within the first month. Like
3 days.
I mean, honestly, you can do it on the same character. Like somebody said earlier, like grinding up the all 4 characters will basically just be for like extra inventory space. I honestly can't think. Again? I don't know why I would use multiple characters. Like I really, really don't. You can do all 3.
Do you think that's why they maybe went this way instead of doing like what we're used to, like multiple characters for multiple? I mean, like, yeah, okay, so eventually they made more, build outs and loadouts, which was phenomenal at the time. But essentially you could put, let's say 4 or 5 on one character and then another character and another, and I think that was cool, but then it forced you to constantly log in and out and multiple characters. Is this like the answer to simplifying that in theory?
No, I actually think this is just
more complex.
Yeah, I think because the system is more complex, you're not going to be able to multi-use as many pieces, and you're going to have more build potential, so you're going to want more characters to be able to make more builds or whatever. Plus, it's just fun to have 4 characters.
Yeah.
To do different things, to play the content over again, all of that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh man, survivalist sounds really cool.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is like I said, like Kirky said, is from the moment that we found out about specialists, he was going survivalist. From the moment I heard about him, I was going demolitionist because I was like, dude, grenade launcher is my jam. Like that seems to be to match my playstyle. That run and gun, and Terry Crews in in the Expendables type of character, like.
That M32A1 though.
That's me. So like that's what that's how I play. But man, the LMG and SMG sucks balls. Like I just don't like LMGs. I didn't mind them. I will say I didn't mind them. The M249 in the private beta wasn't bad. The L86 wasn't bad. So maybe I could change that.
Did you use that?
Yeah,
I wound up using the L86 and I really dug it. And it kind of, for me, trickled down into Division 1. Like, when I was doing a lot of survival, I was doing a lot of M60s, a lot of RPKs for the damage buff out of cover, of course. And, but I'm kind of with you. I actually, what weapon I liked a lot was the semi-automatic rifles.
Yeah.
I don't know why I really dug them a lot. Maybe that had shades of Jade Rabbit from Destiny 2, or maybe it was just like MDR, probably more specifically MDR from Division 1, which I was, click, 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 and it really allowed you to zoom in, or zero in, I should say, and put some nice shots in downrange and do some nice controlled, damage instead of the old spray and pray.
Yeah. I mean, that's like somebody just mentioned, depending on the rest of the classes, as of now, stats, because of stats, he'd pick survivalist.
Yes.
The damage to elites.
It's crazy not to.
Yeah, the protection from elites essentially for 20%, and then AR and shotgun. And that's what's making it a difficult choice for me, is because AR shotgun in the beta, even though I tried the LMGs and you were talking about the semi-automatic rifles, which I kind of like, and like when I got an urban MDR, it was like, okay, I did like that at Endgame, and I really, really like the marksman rifle and the regular rifle, that the semi-auto that they gave the sharpshooter. I really, really like those two weapons. Man, my 7th level character, once I think I had an AK-47, and then I had the showstopper version. I had a level 7 blue showstopper. It was done, man. Those are the only two guns I used. It was amazing.
The MK16.
The MK16. I didn't like the semi-autos. The only semi-auto I liked was the sharpshooter one and the urban MDR. Most of the other ones just felt I felt like the bullets just lobbed. I felt like they were shooting mini marshmallows.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed, I actually liked the SIG. I thought that was pretty cool. I thought was really
the 6.716 was amazeballs.
Yes, agreed. And I think the one thing I really dug that one, but the thing I thought was weird was how they made the UMP a semi-automatic.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm so used to seeing that as a pretty much forgotten about submachine gun in Division 1, which I kind of like how they went that route. And then someone also told me on a kind of a similar side note, the AUG was a sub and an assault rifle.
Yeah, there was two versions of the AUG. Yeah.
Which is really cool because in real life, the AUG is an assault rifle. Primarily.
Yep. And I was...
another variant, but I know it's an assault rifle.
Yeah, I was curious if we were going to see... I hated the change to like the LVAOC, the lightweight M4 variant. Basically, both of those were semi-automatic.
What did you not like about them?
They just felt like shit. The per bullet damage didn't seem like it did enough. They didn't seem steady enough. Or stable enough to really be able to like spam bullets the way that I like to, and so it just seemed like it took longer to kill anything with it than it would if I had just used an assault rifle.
Do you feel like that was done purposely because Division 1 is so heavy in ARs as usage? Do you feel like they're trying to maybe push people in a more widespread
I don't think it was because that, like Kirky says that the lightweight M4 came in both semi and full. I wasn't sure if they did or not. And that's what I was curious. When I saw the AUG, I thought maybe there was an LVA OC and a lightweight M4 variant that was assault and rifle, so maybe there is. I honestly think they just did it to have more weapon diversity, more build diversity.
Sure.
Because so many of the guns feel so good. And like even assault rifles, much as I love that AK, if I would have had a blue level 7 TAR 21, that's the gun I would have been using. Dude, that TAR felt so good when I had it because it shot and felt like a submachine gun, but you had the precision of an assault rifle. It was amazing. But it was capped by a 30-round mag because it was like a submachine gun. But then you get, into like, it just, there seems to be so much depth and complexity. So I think that's why they did it.
I dug when I got that SIG, I was like, ooh. So I remember a couple times I was trying one of the other ones and I wasn't sure if it was a mixture of bad aim or small hitbox or both. It was probably both. But then when I got that SIG in, man, I felt like I was like, ping, ping. I was like... It was like Pew Pew City all over the place.
Yeah. The only SIG 716, I had one on the sharpshooter. That was one of the high-end weapons that they give you on the sharpshooter. And it felt so friggin' nice. And that was the one that I was like, okay, maybe these semi-automatic rifles have a chance. And then I'd go back and I'd use another one somewhere else. And it just, I don't know what it was, man. It felt like the bullets traveled slower. It felt like they did less damage.
Dude, that Vector is going to be making a huge comeback. And I'll say this, I'd like to go on record. I don't want to say I'm the first, but maybe I am, maybe I'm not. The converted SMG9 is going to be an absolute monster in PvP.
I don't even care how good that gun is. I will never use it.
Dude, I'm telling you right now.
That gun looks so fucking stupid. I will never use it.
It looks like you're holding like a water gun that you buy at the gas station. I totally agree, but man, that thing was like really fast RPM and it shot with little to like pretty much I was shooting it. And somebody's like, holy crap, you have 0 recoil. Granted, I was on PC.
Yeah.
But still, I was like, dude, I'm not even trying to aim it down. It's just literally like tractor beam.
Yeah. No, it looks to me like a hand drill, and not even like a cool 18-volt Black & Decker,
like a little cheesy Ryobi.
Yeah, it looks like the little like $8 Ryobi that you buy. It's like a 6-volt or something that you go to Walgreens and you're like, do you guys have a drill? And they're like, yeah, here's this one. It takes AA batteries. Sweet, It's like, come on,
Don't forget your Milky Way next to the Ryobis.
Dude, that gun looks so dumb. I've got a friend that uses one, that used one, and I used to make fun of him all the time. He was one of the OG Tac Squad Elite members, and dude, I used to just rip him constantly for using that gun. Dude.
I think Petey was giving me some shit. Big surprise. He was like, oh, look, JB's got his purse gun out. Dude, it's not a purse. It's a satchel.
It's a fanny pack gun.
It's a fanny pack gun.
Fisher Price drill.
I have a total off the topic question for Janko and for stream. I know we mentioned real quick about the different packages you can get. Dark Zone, Elite, your sisters, you know what. Did anyone actually get any of their special packages yet, or did they not go out yet?
Special packages for what?
Like, you know how like you and I ordered like the Dark Zone and then there was all the different variants?
Yes.
Did anyone actually, well, I know you didn't get yours yet. I would have heard about it. But did anyone actually get them, or did they not go out yet? Or when do they go out, essentially, too?
I got an email. Well, you and I talked about this. We both got the email, like confirming shipping address.
Yep.
And that's all I know. I have asked that question minimum 2 or 3 times a week on Twitter. I have
Gold Edition. Okay. Yep.
I have like tagged Julian directly. I have like mentioned it in multiple threads on other people's threads that are more popular or that like get more vision, get more visibility from like Julian and all them. I have asked the question multiple fucking times: is there a plan to get these packages in the hands of people before early release? Because
do you think it's going to come out like once the game is released? Because we're looking at the 24th of February right now. Today is February 24th, 2019. You know, the early release, correct me if I'm wrong, is March 12th, right?
Yep.
That's in 2 weeks.
Is it 3 weeks? Oh, yeah, I guess that is 2 weeks, isn't it?
No, if you, well, technically 3, I should say. Yeah, if you want to count this week.
3 weeks and 2 days.
3 weeks. I mean, can you see them going out the week of the 4th, like the week before? I mean, I know it's all speculation. I personally want mine before the game comes out. I don't want it after, but if it does, I mean, you know, listen, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. If anything, I'm going to lose sleep over playing the game so much. But
yeah, it is.
I just think that build up a lot of nice hype. You know what I mean, bro? Like you get it, and you're going through the stuff, especially as you know, if you're into content creation. Like you could do an opening and you could show things off and you could get into lore and discussions and then boom, the next week the game comes. I hope they come the week of the 4th.
Here's the thing that I still don't understand about these games and like companies and everything else. I know that we're moving towards digital, right? And so like, you know, the people that got digital, you guys are fucking gravy. You know, you guys are good to go. Why on a live service game can I not have my game right now? What does it matter? I can't play it anyway. Servers aren't on. I can't connect. Why can't I have my...
Is it because half the game is on the CD? Is that what you're...
Well, I'm just saying, like, the servers aren't on. So even if I have my physical disc right now for the Division 2, I can't put it in my system and play it because my system won't connect to the servers. Servers aren't on, right? I mean, shit, Anthem is released right now and I may not be able to connect to the servers. So, like...
I personally would like to see console people... I kind of get what you're saying. I'd like to see you guys get the disc in advance and upload that part so that way when the game goes live, all you have to do is upload the other part and you're good to go because you're going to connect that day and play anyways.
Right.
Why not get half of it all done so everybody only has to do half and more players are playing on day one?
Yeah. I mean, that's my whole point on like, is there a plan to make sure that we have these things for early release? Because according to the Ubisoft website, I will get it on launch day. Right? Like it says, you know, we will make sure that you get this on launch day. Okay, is that on early release launch day? Probably, right? Because it's early release. But if they ship it UPS, my UPS guy doesn't get here until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, so and here's the thing.
Now I lose 13 hours of playing just because I spent $180 to get a fucking statue instead of spending $120 and getting a digital version.
Yeah, and I'm with you, man, because being a former UPS courier, I could tell you right off the bat that unless you are next day air and unless your route or your house happens to be in a route where they're going to drive by your house and the driver has the discretion to make a deviation from their plan, like they give them a plan. I can't speak about FedEx, but UPS, they'll list, let's say 100 stops, right? They'll list 100 stops and they'll say, all right, your first 10 have to be delivered next day air with no exceptions. If and or buts, they have to go out before, let's say, I think it's 10 o'clock is the absolute latest you could deliver your last next day air package. If that all happens and you aren't located until the back end of the driver's route, guess when you're getting your package? 5, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
They're not going to come special. And the only thing you can really do at that point, truthfully, is if you could somehow even message the call center, you could say, I'll meet the driver with my license. And he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
But he kind of gets a little pressure from the center to say, can you go meet this guy here in an hour? But they generally don't like doing it because you're throwing off their whole routine.
I didn't even know that you could do that. What I have done in the past, I know with my
you can ask. They don't have to honor it, though. They'll tell you there's no time commitments when it comes to... If it's coming UPS ground, they owe no time commitment to you whatsoever. They just have that day.
Right. And when I ordered my statues from Sideshow, and I almost did it with my PC, but I couldn't figure out how to do it on the app. That's exactly what Kirky. That's exactly what I was just gonna say. I call the terminal on the day that I know it's gonna be there, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna come pick this package up. That way, at 10 a.m. when they open their door, I can be there to get it. But even at that point, I'm still losing 10 hours of gameplay. Can anybody in chat remember if you were on console for the Division 1, couldn't you use your beta? Didn't your beta, your open beta file get updated and you could use that through like midday or something like that, or maybe day 2 of early release?
I don't know.
I'm going to sit back and relax. I seem to remember that, but man, I can't remember.
Now, was that with UPS you did that, Janko?
Yeah.
Now, did you have to call in advance? Because I know if you miss the window to call, like, isn't it like a few days notice? Because essentially the package is going to come in and they're going to put it right on the truck by like 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Don't you have to call at least a day in advance?
Yeah, I called the day before and I said, hey, this is supposed to be delivered to my house, tomorrow. Can you guys hold it there? And she's like, well, it's not even here yet. And I'm like, right, I know that because I'm looking at your fucking app. Thank you. And then, but yeah, they were able to hold it. So like, I was able to go get my statues without having to deal with like the driver being an asshole and getting into an accident, or me having to wait until possibly 4 or 5 o'clock.
Because I know if you miss that window and it's on the truck, they're just going to be like, well, it's already on the truck. He's going to bring it to you, and then you're beat.
Right. And then I always get paranoid, especially here, because like I live in an apartment complex and my address is one thing. There's 2 doors with the same addresses. Like this door is the same numbers as this one, but those apartments are like 101, I think they're 101, 103, 105, and 107 or whatever.
So do you guys like
so those are the odds, and then we're the evens. We're the evens. I've literally had pizza delivered here before, and the guy was like, nobody answered. And I'm like, no, you went to the wrong fucking door. Because there's literally another door that has a 204. So
I ordered from Ubisoft, so I don't know if I will get it the day of launch or before.
Yeah, I'm with you, Young.
That's why I got digital on PC. I ordered mine from Ubisoft, and I'm all set. Mine's already preloaded on Uplay.
Because PC.
Are we talking?
My problem is like for PS4, there was no pre-order, no Dark Zone digital edition. You could not pre-order from Ubisoft the Dark Zone edition and get the digital version of the game, because that's what I wanted, and there was no way to do that.
Young, are you talking about the statue or the game? I apologize if I misread that. Amazon for me, just waiting on the code. They're really good about that too. See, yeah, that's really curious, man. I'm really interested because, and you and I have talked about this. Like, if you don't have it like the way we do, as a content creator, if you're focused on that point, like technically you're at a loss, and then as a player, you can make the argument you're at a loss also because you're 13 hours behind.
Right.
I mean, people were losing their mind about pre-orders alone. Now, if the game comes out and you don't get yours till 6 o'clock at night, but I have mine at 2 in the morning and it's already downloaded, that kind of sucks.
And but that's where we get into like the pre-order bonuses issue.
Sure.
And if we want to dig into it, I'm totally down because it's something I could talk about for fucking hours. But But I guarantee you right now, if I don't get an answer from Ubisoft and I don't have my box by that Monday, I'll drop $120 and buy a digital copy just to guarantee I get it for midnight. Because as a content, I can't be late. Like, you just can't be. Like, there's an expectation of myself, but also community and everything else. Like, this is a game I've been wanting for, years. The Division 1 is my top 3 favorite game of all time. So like I've been dying for this game. I want to play it as soon as I can. I don't want to wake up on Tuesday and have to sit around. Oh, is UPS here yet? Knock loud in case, I can't hear you. Like, no, I just did that for my PC. Like, I don't want to have to do that again.
Yeah. Went digital, 12 a.m. On the 12th will be playable. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys know you will be. I'm trying to figure out, and that's why I'm saying I'm praying we'll get it the end of next week. I'm really hopeful I'll get it Thursday or Friday, because again, why not? Servers aren't up. It does not matter. I should be able to go to GameStop right fucking now and buy that damn game because I can't play it anyway.
Yeah.
Ubisoft controls those servers.
That's a really good question, Prime. Welcome, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, what's up, Prime?
Do we know, he asked what time the servers are going to be going live on the 12th.
Midnight Eastern, I believe.
That's what I understood it as well.
Yeah, midnight Eastern time, I believe. I'm guessing that they will follow the same timeline as what they did with the private beta rollout. It was like a staggered release because I think didn't Oceanic servers, didn't they get it at earlier? Did they go live earlier or not? I can't remember.
I'd rather get it early. Yeah. I mean, listen, I feel for people similar in Janko's position because it's just, like you said, what difference does it make? I think those answers will be made clear to us, and frankly, I think they should be. I mean, it's a really simple question. I mean, if you know the answer, which they should, come out and say it. I mean, even if it's next week or in 2 weeks, be like, listen, you're going to get access, and here's when. And we just found out, we just made it work, or we just came to an agreement. I think that's something they need to get in front of.
You guys want to see something funny?
Of course.
So, I go here.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, go ahead.
and I go to the pre-order information just to try to see. Cool. And the page you're looking for can't be found. Like, I can't pre-order the damn game? Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it now. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, when you said, I was going to say, when you said you want to see something funny, I thought you were going to replay, and I know you wouldn't, but you were going to replay that Facebook link that I sent you about a week ago.
Oh, God. I don't even have that on my PC.
We should probably, maybe next week we'll do that. I sent, for anybody who's not sure, I texted Janko a link. It was a Facebook video that I found, and basically it was a list of all popular songs, everything from, depending on your idea of popular, of course, the Titanic theme song to, anything you could think of that was popular over the past 15, 20 years. And the whole premise was like, supposedly we've been singing songs wrong the whole time, and they play the actual song, pardon me, but then they showed like different words along the bottom. And I sent it to Janko, and he texted me back, and he's like, "Dude, I had to pull over. I was laughing so hard. It was a funny video. Maybe we'll for fun and laughs, if I can get it on here, we'll get it on the brief for you guys next week."
Dude,
GameStop.
You know, there's nothing on here now about early release.
Does that mean it's off the table? Like, if I buy this game right now?
This chart still has it. Sorry about the zoomed in, guys. I did that to keep like bookmarks and stuff like that off the screen. But so no, the standard edition doesn't have it. Gold edition digital, gold edition, ultimate edition digital on this chart all have 3-day pass. But none of these, none of the other pre-order versions are on here. Right, the statue or the Dark Zone version are on this.
Right. Jesus Christ. I gotcha. Yeah.
But then if I go into, the Dark Zone Collector's Edition, right, and we expand this so that we can see this, 3-day early access isn't mentioned anywhere on here anymore.
Do you think they pulled it?
No, they couldn't have. I mean, I guess they could have.
Not there?
I guess they could have, but dude, can
you
imagine?
They're just gonna play with the statue for 3 days and forget about it, and then play the game on time?
I mean, dude, I have no idea. I don't think so, but I mean, that early access was guaranteed on that, months ago. So if for some reason they canceled that or something like that, dude, people would lose their fucking minds, including myself.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to take it away from everyone else, right?
Dude, if I spent $180 on a copy on a version of the game and I don't get to be there, like with early access, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Can we do an IRL stream if that happens?
Dude, I would know because I'll probably destroy my PC. It'll be like that Shroud stream where he punched his camera or he punched his monitor or whatever, and then like everybody clipped it and shared it all over YouTube and make pew pew noises with the statue for 5 days. That's about all I would be able to do. That's about all I would be able to do. Says includes Ultimate Edition content. Oh, does it? Where? Oh, it does. In giant white fucking letters. Okay, never mind.
Rip.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because I know there was a bunch of YouTubers that were making a thing about how the pre-order editions are so confusing to read and like people can't. And I remember my whole thought process at that time was like, dude, if you can't read a simple bar graph, you shouldn't be playing video games anyway. Like, you just go away someplace. And then here I am. I can't even read fucking English letters that are brighter than everything else on the screen.
And the Ubisoft store, it shows 3-day early access. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, I'd better.
When I open up my Uplay, and this is just now, of course, so nothing's going to be there, but it literally still says coming soon and nothing ready. So
yeah,
I'm good to go there, but I'm curious to see, like, the night before, are they going to give us like the old preload, or is it going to go live and then we can download?
I think we'll get information about that after the open beta. Or I mean, maybe they'll tell us how it works, because like with me, I don't have any way to show chat, but anyway, with me, my private beta, I never got rid of my private beta file on my PS4, right? I never deleted it after the private beta, and that just updated the other day. Like, it just magically updated. Now it just says beta instead of private beta. So that's why I'm saying I wonder if that will happen, to be able to use that instead of the physical copy for these people that, like me, that reserved it.
I gotta tell you, my private beta, I didn't delete it, and the only thing I have it's gone. The only thing I have in there is Division 2, the base Division 1, obviously, and then the link for the PTS from Division 1. I didn't delete my beta, and it's not in my game library anymore.
Interesting. If we buy from the Ubisoft store, we still gonna have to sign into the Epic store to launch it? Probably. Because isn't the Epic store also the launcher? No? Okay.
No. See, now I bought mine from...
I gotta pee, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Johnny,
please take your time.
Over. I'll be back in a minute.
Have a good time.
How much of a good time can I have? I need to pee. I'm gonna be touching myself, but...
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so you guys can have a good time thinking about that. All right. I'll see you in a minute.
All right. See, I bought mine from... Wait a minute. I bought mine from the Ubisoft store, and now it's uploaded in my Uplay. Yeah, Uplay should be the launcher. Yep. Right, guys? Again, while Janko is... hitting up the little agent's room, I want to say thank you to everybody for stopping by the channel, the conversation, the follows, the views. You guys are all awesome. Again, anyone who's lurking in the background, we appreciate you as well. You're always welcome to step up and chat. We like to joke around. We like to, a lot of the guys in chat know Janko well, know myself well, and we like to joke around and have a lot of inside jokes. You're more than welcome to jump in and get involved and make fun of him, make fun of me. Just have a good time. Talk Division 2, talk Division. So thank you guys again for all the support. And again, we made affiliate, and it's all because of you guys. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Your Amazon owner says it'll be available on 12 a.m. on the 12th. Cool. Very cool. We're glad to have you, Senpai. Seriously, it means a lot. I know there's a lot of choices out there. I know a lot of it is speculatory, but then tonight was a lot of factual information that we wanted to dissect. So I really want to say thank you to Janko. He worked hard to get it up and running. Thankfully, all my flights worked out today. It was not looking good. I thought I was going to get stuck in an airport today. So I was thankfully able to get home, get some decent dinner, and get on. So I was happy about that because we did not want to miss a weekend. Our plan originally was to do one each weekend, and now we've done 4 in a row. So quick random question and idea. Does anybody know, in regards to there was I wish I could pull it up. Janko has it. Maybe we can Google it. There was a coffee table / picture book that they're coming out with, and they took pre-orders for it. I have it on my Amazon. Let me see if I can get it in my own Amazon. I haven't gone in here in forever. My wife goes in there. Did anyone else happen to get that? Does anyone not know what the hell I'm talking about? I know it's probably gonna still say pending because it hasn't shipped yet. Go to open orders. It's called The World. Here it is. Pre-ordered. It comes out March 19th. It's called The World of Tom Clancy's Division hardcover. Well, I bought the hardcover. I think you could buy something different, but it says incisive lore and detailed art in a cunningly designed hardcover that will bring readers into the ravaged streets of New York and Washington, D.C., as seen in Ubisoft's record-breaking video game series. It's called The World of the Division. Yep. Yes, thank you, Shadow. Shadow, you're always on that, man. I always forget, and you always remind me. I appreciate you, bud. It says it's on hardcover. It's Prime available for $39.99. I don't know how many pages. It doesn't say. On a random note, too, if anyone's into more kind of like collectible Division-related things, they have one more episode of the comic book, which will be out in about 3 weeks, give or take. We've had the first 2 episodes out, so pretty cool reads. I picked up a bunch, and there he is, Janko. Janko, are you still doing a possible giveaway for comics in your stream?
Yes.
Or am I not supposed to? Okay, there you go. So you guys make sure you drop Janko a follow if you haven't already, just for that reason alone, because they are really cool, and he will be doing a giveaway in his stream.
Yeah, I'll have 5 copies total of all 3 that I'm going to be giving away, like the 3 issue sets. I'll have 5 of those I'm going to be giving out. I think I'm going to do 3 on my channel the first 3 days of like early release, right? For hype or whatever. And then I'll give 2 away here when we do the Division Debrief that Saturday of launch. So that first Saturday after launch, make sure that you're here if you want to get those comics, because we'll do giveaways here.
Sweet.
I have to figure out how to do it, but.
What poster are you talking about, bud? Is there a poster that comes with that? I didn't see that in the description.
With the Dark Zone edition?
Or are you talking about the Dark Zone edition?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I mentioned while you were in the agent's room on Amazon, they have The World of Tom Clancy's The Division, that book that I mentioned to you a few times.
Yeah.
It hasn't obviously shipped yet or anything, but I was wondering if anyone else had ordered it or heard of it. So a few people mentioned that they did. And they have the teddy bear for you nerds to collect. Dude, I'm so excited about that because I'm hoping when I get my new house or a new potential stream room, I want to do like a pretty cool like collectibles wall, because I got some really fun stuff, thankfully and blissfully. No, the limited edition comes with the book, some other things, and a cool poster. Oh, cool, right on.
Yeah, the Dark Zone edition here. Display. The Dark Zone edition comes with a book of lithographs, so it's like a bunch of pictures and stuff, and then it comes with this like fold-outable map of Washington, D.C.
Fold-outable?
Fold-outable.
Fold-outable. Oh,
fold-outable.
I like that. I cannot say that 3 times fast.
Fold-outable. Fold-outable.
I like Nomadishi a little bit better.
Nomadishi's definitely better. Full mountable. I mean, you can get into the map, right? Joey, if there's anything I learned from Friends, that's how you get around in a map. You have to get into the map to figure out what direction to go.
Joey's OP.
Yeah. Sorry I was gone for a bit, by the way. We've got massive windstorms going on, And when I got up to go to the bathroom, my daughter's still awake, and it's fucking 12:20, and she's still awake, and she's 10.
Oh no!
So
is she caught out?
I had to get what's that?
Is she caught out, or she's like, it's cool for her to be up this late?
No, it's not cool for her to be up this late. She's totally taking advantage of the fact that I started streaming before she went to sleep.
Nice.
So there was that, and then there was like a huge. No, because if you go back, you can actually see the hump of me going outside. There was like a huge crash because we've got a ton of wind, and I've got two 30-gallon trash cans out there of bottles, of 2-liter bottles, and those were both just dumped over, and I had loose bottles everywhere on my balcony. So, yeah, I didn't have my phone, so I couldn't take pictures, but...
Dude, the weather was absolutely nuts today, man. Like I told you, when I was on the run for safe houses,
yeah,
I was dead serious. I almost went to the counter. Well, first of all, I couldn't. They no longer let you go. Like if you buy, I didn't know this because I haven't been flying all that much in the last few years. But like if you buy like a JetBlue ticket, you can't go to their counter and say, "Can you get me on another airline?" They will not do that anymore. Now they're like, "Here's your refund. You could go run around the airport and search for flights." And I'm like, that sounds terrible. But I was like dead set on like, you know what, just get me any flight into Detroit and I'll figure it out. I'll come hang out with Petey and Janko for a little bit. And worst case is I'll get a hotel and then just take a puddle jumper in the morning. My wife's like, do what you got to do. And so I was like really debating that. But then everyone's like, dude, you can't do that. The weather's terrible in that area. I'm like, oh, that's right. So.
Yeah. That is a pretty damn cool little pack.
Yeah.
It's hardcover.
Which one is that?
It's the one. Imp just linked it in chat.
Oh, thanks.
It's a limited edition hardcover book. It's $90. But that is super dope. Exclusive cloth poster.
The World of Tom Clancy's. Oh, so that's like. Oh, that's like the upgraded version of the thing that I got. That's pretty sick, dude.
Yeah, limited to 2,500 copies. I do want to get that book. The Broken Dawn book.
Did you get that one, Imp? I got the one that's just the World of Tom Clancy.
That's March 26th. Is there a release date for this? Oh, April 9th.
This one says March 19th. The other one says April 9th. Yeah. Yep. Cool.
Dude, I want that. That's freaking sweet. Am I making a raft? Why do I have so many 2-liter bottles? Because I drink a crap ton of pop. Since we've been live, and that's only been 3 hours and 20 minutes, I have gone through a 2-liter of Diet Coke. I tend to go through 2 liters a day, and I never take them back because I live on the 3rd floor in an apartment complex, and so whenever I go grocery shopping, I forget, or I'm too lazy, so I never take them back. I've got those 2 huge cans on my balcony, and I've got 3 regular trash bags by the door to take tomorrow.
Did anyone ever see, speaking of just, I love how this kind of shifted in this direction. This is actually a lot of fun. Did anyone ever get the, hold on a second, I'll show you.
Well, while he's gone, since we were talking about pre-orders, and I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. Fuck it, we won't. We'll wait till we get more. I'm so jealous he's pulling this out because I want one of these so damn bad, and I just haven't bought it yet. Yeah. Foxhound's got it. He brought it into work. I was flipping through it, dude. I want it so bad. That's that's a survival guide, right?
It literally is a survival guide. And it was funny because it comes with some cool little trinkety swag things, which is pretty cool, right? But I'm at work and I'm reading it, right? And I got the book, normal reading. And then one of the guys walked by, and because it's a survival guide, and in the book, and I'll show you guys what I mean, at one point, like, I took the book, so I'm reading it like this, right? And then they walked by, and I was like... So the guy, one of the guys at work was like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm reading notes. He's like, yeah, me too. He was stole free, buddy. And I'm like, yeah, okay, right. But this is probably going to be brutal to see. But they literally write, and again, sorry, I know it's blurry, guys. There's all little handwritten actually inside the book. And it's literally from the character who I think Dork has mentioned a few times.
It's April Keener, isn't it? Or April what's her nuts?
Her last name is Keller.
Hmm.
And it's pretty cool because she actually gets this from her boyfriend / I think husband or boyfriend maybe, but someone, her significant other, right? And as you're reading it, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but she starts to like smell a foul. That's all I'll say, because some people haven't read it and they may want to, and it's actually a great read. And if anyone really wants to read it, and I know you pretty good, like Janko, yourself included, of course, let me know. I have no problem sending it out and letting you read it. Just hit me up. All I ask is that you just don't be a total D-bag and keep it forever, or not give it back, which I'm sure almost everybody would not be. So
yeah,
it's a really cool read, because some people may just want to read it and not invest the money. So it's a cool read if you have the opportunity.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. When you're when you're going through the game, right, and you get like the survival guide pages or whatever, it's from that book.
There's a lot of,
I mean, it's not that entire book, but
no, there's a lot of similarities. You'll see some of the audio logs and some of the information. Yeah, for sure. And it's just really cool, man. Like they literally, like, there's pages on how to make like a tourniquet. They actually explain how, you know, in a pandemic, you don't want to be in high buildings because of the natural fact that the water that and the systems that they use to pump to the upper levels, forget about it. They actually tell you what size of a building to go in, how the water comes from upstate New York, and it constantly blah, blah, blah. It's literally a survival guide book. Like, you could read this and figure out how to make, this one says, like, start a fire. This one's disinfect a wound, set a bone. It's really cool, man. Like, I read through it. I'm like, originally I was reading through the middle of the book, which is all actual survivor guide stuff. And then I stopped and I kind of read more. I'd skim the middle of the page, but then I would read the little handwritten notes more than anything else.
Yeah.
$16.96 on Amazon. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll talk it over with Janko. We will give away a copy of the New York Collapse on our next Division Debrief. I will donate that, and we'll do a giveaway. I'll have Janko and I will set it up. We'll post it all over Twitter, and we'll hopefully get a lot of people to stop by, and I will give away a copy, courtesy of the Division Debrief channel.
Man, that's super nice.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Look
Absolutely.
At that. Super cool.
I'll make sure I pick one up, and then I will put it aside. It'll take me a few days to get it shipped out too, so that's why we'll do it. We'll do it next episode.
And
let's do that.
If you guys need, you can see how big it is right there. Look at that. Click on that link that Kirky just gave you, and you can look at that. They give you a nice image right there to show you how big it is, unless the person holding that is a giant. But it's 8.8 inches, so it's just under 9 inches. So, you know,
I like
if that's your threshold, then, you know, you should be good.
You should be fine. I have something so wildly inappropriate that I can't talk about it right now.
But yeah, so it comes with all this stuff.
It's cool, guys, I'm telling you. Actually, I mean, there's the picture. I could show. I'll hold up a couple of them. Again, I'm sure some of it might be a little blurry, but you can see there's a trading card with one of the cleaners.
Well, that's a cleaner?
Yeah.
Wow.
This one says Dr. Bill, scourge of pathogens everywhere. And then on the back, it says neither snow nor rain will stop Dr. Liu, L-I-U. I guess that's pronounced.
Damn,
Dr.
dude.
Liu.
He looks like a really happy, joyful, like, hobbit. He
Right?
doesn't look like a cleaner in that at all. He looks like a fucking hobbit.
He's like, I just lit 100 people on fire.
Right. What up, NGN? And Young Fan, here's my problem, though. Yes, it looks like we get our hard copy discs 3 days early on the 12th, but the game goes fucking live on the 12th, and mail doesn't get delivered at midnight. So, goddamn it, we need it on the 11th. Oh, I have seen her. She's in the Division.
Yep. And like on the back, I won't read them all, but it says some pretty cool stuff. It says, Stores overrun, no non-toxic water. Agents are removing people congregating at every remaining neighborhood. A whole list of different things. Civilian leaders have recently left. It's just a really cool and fun kind of thing. That'll really it'll get you a little bit more into the lore of the Division if you're not. You need a little persuasion. So yeah, we'll do a giveaway next week. I'll work with Janko on that. I will make sure that happens. That'll be fun.
Man, she had a lot of these books.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if a lot of her lore carries over. There it is.
Yep. That's property of her. So that's hers, man. You can get an officially stolen copy of her book that Amazon is now selling. They're now selling stolen merchandise.
I want to know how they got a copy off a dead lady.
I mean, took it from her. I don't think she put up much of a fight.
I wouldn't imagine.
I mean, if she's dead.
Maybe somebody hit a green alt and then she got it out. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. Maybe she maybe they scoured the city. They went around the same as we did in game and collected it page by page.
Yo, cool, Imp. Thank you, bud. I will make sure that gets taken care of. Yo, what's up,
She's
NG?
definitely a putz. If you like the Division story, it's a damn good read. Yeah, Tom brought it to work. Foxhound brought it to work one day, and like I flipped through it, but I didn't obviously get a chance to read it. I definitely want to.
Have you read any of it, or just kind of literally? No,
I just literally kind of thumbed through it, thought it was super cool. I've got a Star Wars book. It's called The Book of the Sith. That's kind of the same thing, and they made a Book of the Jedi, and like as you go through it, there's like those handwritten notes from like Palpatine and different Sith lords and stuff like that. So it's kind of in that same regard. So I've always loved collectibles like that, just because I think it's super cool. But I never got that one because I was like, if I'm going to spend $20 on that, I want to spend $80 on the statue, and then I never got that other statue because it's never in stock when I have the money. So.
Yeah, I mean, I dig that kind of stuff. Sideshow did one of a lot of their collectibles. It was all HD quality pictures of statues that obviously they made before, and then they posed them. And I got really lucky. I bought a couple statues, and then I had like a credit, so I wound up getting this really cool, pretty big book of all their artwork, and you can flip through and there's some descriptions and some lore, and it's kind of cool, and I dig stuff like that. That's why I bought that other book, because I think that would be a nice, fun little collectible read. And, something to just shoot the breeze when you're hanging around, laying around. So
absolutely.
Yeah, April Kelleher was made a reference in the E3 Division 2 trailer. Yes, that's correct. I forgot about that. You guys are on top of your game.
All right, what's up, Tokyo? Oh, by the way, Tokyo. I just went back and I was looking on that Endgame, the one Endgame page, and it says Ubisoft said that maxing out your first specialization will be easiest thanks to points earned through the world tier progression system. So once you hit 30 and you work through the world tiers, you get points that you can buy those skills for. Leveling up the other specializations will be possible through completion of daily and weekly activities alongside replaying invaded missions.
Yep.
So
that'd be awesome.
That's pretty damn sweet.
I like it.
Right? Super dope. So what else, chat? What else do you guys have? Questions, topics? What else do you want to talk about?
The floor is yours, Senator, as they say. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, comments, any quick topics, we are available.
We are. Sort of. I'm eating Valentine's Day cookies. Guys, I'm hungry as hell.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I might make like a midnight diner run and get like a friggin' bomb omelet. I'm starving.
Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it?
That's not a serious question, is it, Kirky?
It's 100% true.
He knows where I'm going with that.
Oh, I was going to say it's 100% true, and it's also true that if you don't have it between the hips, you have to have it between the lips.
Just...
It's true. And now I'm laughing, so I can't do how I normally follow that up.
Yeah, it is 100% serious. Yeah. Any more penis and Larry related questions?
Did you just say penis and Larry questions?
Penis and Larry.
Oh.
Peninsulary.
Peninsulary?
Hoover it up. Well, if that's your thing, I'm not gonna judge. Do they feel like bags of sand?
I thought you said, do you have any more penis and Larry questions? I was like, dude, nobody asked about a penis and Larry.
Nobody wants to hear about your and Larry.
Right? First time here, this definitely won't be your last time. Dude, thank you very much, dude Kirk.
Hey, what's up, dude Kirk? What's going on, baby?
Buying Johnny a dictionary. And I love how he spelled it incorrectly also.
No, I think Imp really will try and find me a dictionary.
Right. Yeah. We need to get the urban dictionary command in chat.
Are we excited for the Netflix Scorsese film? Which one is that, Segro?
I have no idea what that is, Segro.
I'm a big Scorsese film buff, or fan, I should say. Thank you, Dude Kirk. Love you, man. Dude Kirk is the homie, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. He comes through the Boom Squad channel. He wishes everyone well. Sets the right tone for everybody.
De Niro, Pacino, Pesci, and Cattell, they're all in it? Or it's, wait, what?
Oh, I won't watch it because De Niro's in it. I'm out.
Unbelievable. As we were talking earlier about being able to respect other people's beliefs and opinions.
No, I do. That's fine.
I'm not watching a fucking movie that has this guy. So how do you feel? How do you feel about the Patriots owners' prostitution issues?
Do you want the E-True Hollywood answer?
I do, because I think I know what your E-True Hollywood answer is going to be.
I think it's great.
I knew it. I said it last night on stream. That if I were to, I can't even use that as an insult because I know that you're going to be like, I think it's awesome.
Listen, the guy in his spare time is supporting the local economy.
You know what?
You know what? Here's the thing. On a true note, it's a bad look for an owner of any type of business.
Yeah.
It really is.
Is he married?
No, his wife died.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm 100% down.
You know, I will say this because I know this is like no bullshit. Guys I worked with, because I worked in Palm Beach County, and I will tell you, it is a major problem in that area. It goes on like you and I go to the grocery store, if not more so. It is so wildly common down there. Not excusing him, I'm just putting to set the tone for the area. It's bad. A friend of mine got busted years ago, and they sent him to like a sex clinic meeting, and he said the room was packed from wall to I love you, man. You know what? Just for that one. I love you, dude. I really do. So
I had to click the link.
Look, I gotta actually move the camera up because I can't fit it all in the screen. Look how high it goes. It goes to the ceiling.
Dude, that's why I can't send dick pics anymore.
Oh, that just looked weird. But
that thing is ridiculous.
No, it's a very bad problem. And I think it's a bad look for him. You know, you're a professional guy. Listen, dude, this is again, to follow up on it. You're 77 years old. You're a multi-millionaire. Dude, do what every rich guy in the world does. Go hire the top-end prostitute for 25 grand that's not going to say a word to anybody, who sleeps with 2 guys a year, and take care of your business. It's, you know, and no one wants to talk about that, but that's just the true honesty of it. You shouldn't be in these facilities doing that. I think it was bad. Now if it was more than that and it was just trafficking, that's even worse, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah,
just people, there's sports aside. I mean, if he's doing that, that's a bad look for humanity.
Yeah, no. If there is the trafficking, if those allegations are true, I think that's massively
Do you think he
bad.
faces a lot of pressure from the other owners, maybe even the league, to be like, listen, man, we cannot have this disdain, and you need to sell? I mean, I know he's got his sons.
No,
I don't either. But I think he's going to face some serious money charge or fines.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. If it's just the hookers and coke, fuck it, man. Who wouldn't?
Well, it's funny because, and I know I'm defending him, and it's not just because I'm
NGN. We will get to your PvP question, I promise.
Like all these people who are casting stones, I guarantee you half of them have done the exact same thing, and they're kind of using him as a scapegoat. I hate that about anything in life. That's why I don't like politicians. They're bad-mouthing each other, and they're all
just as crooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the same. Yeah, the same thing here. To bring it back to gaming, NGN asked, "How do we feel about the new PvP mechanics?" Take it, Johnny.
Sure. PvP mechanics. Thank you. I'm glad we switched off of the hooker conversation. That would have went bad, even worse fast. I like it. I think it's going to be a big adjustment for people. I think it's going to require a lot more thinking and tactical play. Like we've talked about it a lot. It's really, I'll say I'll leave my points at that, and I'll say from playing it. Man, a couple times I was like, whoa, like you get melted if you don't play it right. Not like traditionally melted, like melted. I think it's going to require some people to get over the fact they can't heal 27 different times.
Yeah. I like it a lot. I hated PvP in the Division, like to the point that I despise it and I won't do it. It's boring as hell to me. I don't like it. D2 in the private beta, I had a ton of fun with it, man. I loved it. I loved my time in skirmish. I think obviously there's balance issues that they have to do with like secret mines one-shotting and stuff like that. But like if they dial that stuff in, dude, I fucking love it. I am a big fan of the die, respawn, go fight again, instead of like having a 5-minute long fight, then dying, and then having to wait to respawn.
Yep. I agree. That's one of the reasons I like Skirmish and Last Stand so much. It's because, you just, like you said, you die, you spawn in, you do it all over again.
Yeah.
I don't like the, let's lay on the ground for 30 seconds, let people clap and eat on you and tell you, your mother's got this disease and your father's that. And it's just, I mean, that's never going to go away. I get it. But in Last Stand Survival, it's fun just to be like, I died. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I like that fast-paced nature of those modes.
Yeah, it's still gonna happen, especially if you're Manhunt, right? Because in Manhunt, I think in the private beta it was a 60-second respawn. I legitimately, and this kind of leads into what DJ Cosby just asked. I couldn't even get a Manhunt. I tried. I got up to 3 multiple times, and then it just timed out because I would run around looking for other players and couldn't find them. So I wouldn't mind seeing a bump to 16, but before they do it, I want to see how it is at launch, because this was a beta. It was 1 to 7. 1 to 7 typically is not a huge PvP time for people, right? It's like there were definitely tiers and there were definitely people that were PvPing in D1, but like, I mean, honestly, I won't go in the Dark Zone unless I have to for a mission until I'm 30. Like, there's just no point to it. Unless there's a PvE mission there. Because, like, yeah, I mean, unless you can grind XP and stuff like that way quicker. But then, no, you can't, because you get Dark Zone experience instead. So, yeah, there's legitimately no reason for me to go in the DC before level 30.
Yeah, I don't think I will either. I know... It appears like that's going to be a really, good and valuable place to get loot again, which I like, but I'm going to go in when the time is right, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you guys. I wouldn't mind waiting to see. The nice part about just bumping those numbers is they'll already have, in theory, the structure in place, and hopefully, and I don't know, but maybe I'm assuming that's just a simple and like we change a few more numbers around to up the, the players who are spawned into a server instance. It's not a huge game breaker to add more players in as opposed to what they have now. I'd like to see it play out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's with anything though, because if you just look at raw numbers and you're like, I don't like 8 players, but I love 16. Well, I like to have a little data behind my information.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is the thing you have to think about is if they boost it to 16, then you also have to worry about the spawn time of all of the NPCs, because then you're going to have, 4 more people killing more NPCs, and is it going to make it feel more like a ghost town, or make it feel like all that's in there is players? And then that takes out part of the DZ, because then you're not getting as much loot because there's not enough NPCs. But then if they're respawning too fast, then that can throw off the whole balance of actual grinding of gear and stuff like that. Because if they respawn too fast and then people don't take to it, or there's not a lot of people in there, or shit, if you just get into a server where there's not a lot of people and you can just keep churning that stuff over, you're going to be able to get gear, like pieces of gear just rained at you. So I'm sure that a lot of that balance comes into play, or at least I would assume.
That's a good point about the gear. Yeah, absolutely. Yo, what's up, Viper?
I'm excited to play this new mission, get back into Endgame. Which new mission? Because I heard that there's 3 missions. Somebody said it earlier. I think that there was 3 missions, but they haven't announced exactly what's in the open beta yet, or unless I missed it.
Picking loot crates in the DZ was a pain because some people were already running them in the DZ we have now.
Picking loot crates. What do you mean?
Yeah. Oh, are you talking about like the Dark Zone boxes? How you could pick them? You could pick the locks on them?
I'm actually really confused about
the DZ crates. So basically, my understanding, because I didn't get to play it a whole lot, so I apologize to chat and whoever else is. You're more welcome to correct me or add to it, whatever. Basically, Janko, you can go in the DZ now and you could pick the lock on the DZ crates, but I think at a limited number of chances, basically.
No.
And then that causes you, I think it caused you to go Grey Rogue, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that it does. And what I don't understand about it is, like the supply drops, boom, they come down. And if you're the first one there, you get a choice to either open it or steal everything in it. And if you open it, then everybody in your group, no actual gear pops out of it. You get a little pop-up on your menu or on your screen, just like you do now, that tells you exactly what you get out of it, right? There's some shade tech, blah, 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 credits, whatever. And everybody gets that, right? So you get one item. But then if you steal it, you go rogue, and I think you get an additional item or 2 that may or may not be extracted. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I only did that once or twice. Because I couldn't get to it.
It's not a bad comment, Viper. I kind of see what you're saying. He said basically going Grey Rogue didn't add enough danger to your life in the DZ. I think I get what you're saying, and I think maybe, I don't know, do you think maybe they did that purposely to really encourage the other aspects of it? Like really tier it? Or do you feel like that needs a change?
I'm going to be honest with you. I fucking love that system. Like, I love that system. That was my favorite change. I mean, as far as DZ goes, because that's exactly what I loved doing in the Division 1. Because, like, I'm not a big, like, get a 4-stack and go in PvP, and I hated PvP in the Division 1, but I loved sneaking around the Dark Zone and, like, farming the NPCs first, and then just stealing caches once the high-end caches got placed in there, and just stealing those, and then trying to extract those, and like that cat and mouse ninja game with, rogues and stuff like that. I really had a lot of fun with that. And so the Grey Rogue system seemed more like that, but what I did find myself doing quite often was that because I am Grey Rogue, I can still be shot, and I didn't realize that. So it made me more apt.
I made that mistake once too.
Yeah, it made me more or less hesitant, I guess, for PvP. If I was Gray Rogue and I saw another player, I was shooting first because I knew that they were going to shoot me. So, like, I really actually love that system. And
I actually made that mistake. We were Gray Rogue, and I ran. we ran by an extraction and a landmark, excuse me, after we were Rogue, and all of a sudden this guy kept shooting me, and I'm like, I didn't realize it at first. I'm like, what the, and everyone's like, dude, we're Rogue. I'm like, what do you mean we're Rogue? I didn't do anything. And they're like, no, we picked the lock on the box. And I'm like, oh, and that tripped it. And then I didn't realize it. So I didn't shoot the guy, but he started shooting me right away, and I got ripped. And I'm like, oh, man, And I kind of agree with you. Like, it kind of puts you more on the offensive. I think it'll spur more PvP.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love it. I really, really.
Yeah, it was cool, man. I think with anything, again, we've been saying it a lot, and because it's true with most of the facets of this game. A lot of it is going to have to come out, and I don't think this game is going to be the same now or in March that it will be in, say, like, June or July. I think they're going to tweak it for sure, but I think just going into it with an open mind and knowing that it's its own new original game, I think that'll be helpful. If you try to look at it too much to Division 1, I think you're going to be disappointed. If you're wanting it to be closer to that, because I don't think it is. I think there's a lot of similarities, Janko, but I think it's its own entity. You and I have talked about that a lot. I think you got to treat it as such to really enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And like Vipers, I get where you're coming from as far as like there's not a point to farm DZ keys when you can just pick the locks. But to be honest, I think the point of Dark Zone keys was kind of dumb in the first place.
Do you think they changed that then, guys? Like maybe you have to farm lock picking tools or craft them. Maybe that's something they'll implement a change on to make it viable to have enough resources to do something like that.
I mean, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind seeing lock picks get dropped or something, but just like you had lockpicks in Division 1, right, where you were lockpicking the doors or whatever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. I like the fact that they're not there yet because it gives me something to do. I can just go in the Dark Zone, play that ninja fun game of just running around and doing whatever. Yeah, no, Viper, that's a good idea too. Like if you use a key, you get an extra item. Because as who was it that said? Somebody earlier, I think it was Cosby. I can't remember, but it was the best way to get gear.
I think Cosby mentioned that. Yeah,
in the beta, that's where I got all my purples and blues from, and I even got a purple from lockpicking a chest. I got a purple that didn't even need to be extracted. I think I got a purple holster or something that just was right there. Sweet, cool. I didn't do dick, and I got a purple holster. So
I think it was kind of cool how we were getting psyched about blue and purple gear again. Like it was almost like survival, and you get that purple holster, and you're like, nice. Now my run's gonna start changing.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt like watching your stream and others that like once the purple started coming into play, you're like, oh boy, you could feel the strength in your character. You could feel the excitement in your looting experience. Again, for anyone who's new to the channel, please chime in at any time. Please don't hesitate to be in chat. We'll try to get to as many comments as we can. And a lot of times sometimes will dictate the topic that we kind of talk about.
Yeah.
Janko? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do think that they need to boost. I did find that the landmarks, especially, the gear was garbage. And so you would go in, you'd kill all these guys, like these NPCs or whatever. You'd kill like a purple bar, some badass. And at one of them, when there's like waves of enemies or like multiple waves of enemies or whatever, and then while you're doing that, you're exposing yourself for other people, for rogues to come and kill you, or if you are rogues, you're even more exposed. And I never got a purple or a blue from any of those guys. My only blues and purples all came from boxes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was my experience too, and I was kind of almost confusing alpha and beta, and I didn't want to do that. But
yeah,
I think from a beta standpoint, I think I was mostly boxes too. I think I got mostly blue weapons from landmarks, and it just felt unfulfilling for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like in the Division 1, remember, like, at launch of the Division 1, when you were running around, you would get greens, like, whites and greens from, like, enemies, and I'm talking, like,
in the LZ you're talking about?
Yeah, in the light zone, when you're just grinding out, when you're leveling up, right, 1 to 30, you would get mostly greens from enemies. A named at the end of a mission might drop a blue here or there, but a lot of times when you'd find the boxes, like the lock boxes for armor or weapons, those were almost always blue. And then if you played hard mode, you would get blues from that, right? If you played like if you replayed a mission on hard, you would get a blue from a drop there, and like that was how you grinded those out. The DZ feels like 1 through 7, that 1 through 7 DZ needed that system, but the landmarks are already like set up to be easier hard. So maybe those hard landmarks should guarantee at least blue drops and maybe a higher chance at a purple or something like that.
For all we know, it could have been just like a generic coding that they put in just to kind of give people an opportunity to try it. I don't know. Maybe that's a total reach. Maybe not. If it's not, then I'm with you and I'm with Cosby on this. That needs to change. You shouldn't do a landmark and get something of that nature. It should be like, whoa, cool. Even if you don't need it, it should be in line with quote unquote higher end stuff. Yeah, it really should.
I mean, part of it though, we have to remember,
just go around and collect boxes the whole time either. That's not fun.
Right, but part of it also we have to remember, like 1 through 7. Again, we're not going to be in the Dark Zone that much pre-30. So, like, I don't care so much about the balance of Dark Zone loot 1 through 7. Nutty Buddy, I'm curious, what is your evidence to support that claim?
First of all, I don't think Destiny 2 is play to win at all. If you're talking about TD2, and I'm very much trolling you, but that is something that just... I like to have a little fun with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to hear the explanation on that too. And for anyone who may or may not be new, and I'm going to speak a little bit for Janko in here, and I don't like to do that, but we will not give credit where credit isn't due, but we're going to give credit where credit is due. We're pretty fair. You're not going to see a lot of fanboyish opinions here. So if we really like something, it's because we really like it. So I don't see any evidence of pay to win. I'm not sure where you're getting that from either. But yeah, let's see what you got.
I've seen none. The exotics, even like the exotics that you get with the pre-order stuff, are skins only. It's just a unique appearance on a weapon. So
yeah,
there's no pay to win there.
Statistical and advantage there.
Right. They have not discussed what the loot boxes or technically they haven't even acknowledged that there will be loot boxes, but we all know they will. Probably cosmetic only, no pay to win there. So I assume that you're trolling. If you're not, I'm trying to give you a chance to actually prove that you're not trolling.
Hey, what's up, Omar? Yeah, I don't, and personally, like, if it is cosmetics, I don't have a problem with that, because that's not, as long as, like, if you buy, like, a particular jacket, as long as it doesn't give you a statistical advantage, to me, I got no problem with it. I wouldn't mind if I like the game that much to buy cosmetic gear. I don't have a problem with that. It helps support the game. If it's good enough to buy and it does support them and it allows that to have extra funds to add more content, then great.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy, a special scarf and it gives me a special healing buff, even if it's 1% compared to you, because then you can make an argument that it's pay to play at that point.
Yeah.
Which it's not.
I have absolutely no problem with customizable loot boxes even in the game, as long as you can grind whatever the currency is in a reasonable amount of time so that you can feel rewarded for your time. I don't want it to be where if I need 10 key fragments, but I can only cap out at 1 fragment per day, I don't want to have to buy some random fucking box once every 10 days. Like, I want to be able to grind it if I can. Like, that's mine.
Yeah.
And that's why I quit. I've only quit playing the Division 1 twice. At 2 different points. One was between 1.3, 1.4 when I knew it was coming to 1.4. 1.3 was boring, and at 1.6 because they did not have key fragments in the game at that point. You could not grind them in the game. It was pay only, and that's bullshit. I I would also like to see direct purchasable items, to be completely honest. But for reasonable
I like
prices.
Viper's comments. I agree with that with the stash space part of me, words are hard, but we saw that you could unlock it quite easily. Yep. I think originally when that got announced, we saw a lot of like negative rush to judgment opinions on Twitter, and I think they did a nice job of clarifying that and correcting it. But I also really appreciate and like Engos. Sorry if I'm butchering that. I like your comment as well. Every other game has paid a look. Why not the Division? Yeah, again, listen, if it makes them more money and it gives us the potential for whatever they need to do with those resources, whether it's more star players, more invites to events, more content, more servers, more whatever. If I like the game enough and I buy a $10 wardrobe pack, then if it supports the game in some manner, I am all for it.
Yeah. My only problem with it is the direction that they went into with Division 1 pissed me off. When Division 1 first launched, I remember there was two packs of clothing. There was like the emergency responders one, and there was the military one. And they were each $4.99, and you got 4 full sets. When they launched the loot boxes, the cleaner outfit alone, if you were to pay cash to buy the thing, was either $8.50 or it was $12. It was like $12.50 or something for one fucking outfit. That is ridiculous. So like, if you want me to buy an outfit, you want to toss it up for $5, dude, I'll buy that for $5 before I will spend $5 to get loot crate keys or whatever. But totally.
Yeah, essentially it's 3 times as much for one outfit. Right.
And
yeah,
I get that they needed to, at that point, the game had been out for a year or two at that point, right? They needed to make money off it. I get it, but at the same point, it's gotta be affordable.
Yep.
Or those cosmetics as well. No, exactly.
100% agreed. Yes.
And that's why I said, that's why I was saying that, like, that's why I quit playing at 1.6, because you couldn't at 1.6. I remember the build up, the ETF was talking about the build up to 1.6 and how awesome it was going to be and how there was actually going to be a teabag emote and all of these new emotes that were coming in the game and everything else. And then that's when they rolled out with like the expanded emote tree and stuff where you would have more emotes available. And the customizable emotes, and I was like, I can't wait. Day 1 came out, you could not do it, gone. Like, I just quit.
You know what I'd like to see, and to follow Engo's point, I would like, and I'm curious to see what you thought, in chat, of course. What if they did a thing where, like, let's say they did a very Destiny-ish like thing where they did season 1, and they had a fireman's outfit, like let's just say, for a funny example, the Village People outfit set. It was like a fireman, a cop, an Indian, etc. But they weren't available for purchase until the next season started. So you had the opportunity to grind and hopefully RNG get it. But if you didn't, you could potentially buy it at the end of the season prior going into the next season.
Yeah, I'd be down.
So you get the opportunity, and maybe you get 2 pieces in your short 2, and then you buy the other 2. But you have to wait that month or 2 in order to fully buy it. So for someone who earned it, they're like, cool, well, I earned it, but you went out and bought it. But yeah, you had to wait, and I had mine for over a month before you got yours. I'd be okay with a scenario like that, personally.
Or even use those
or
as
something
like,
to that effect.
You can even use that as like, let's say season 1 has your Village People outfit. Season 2 comes out, and they've got George Michael from Wham outfit. So, like, you get a couple of the pieces from the Village People one, and then you get to Season 2, you haven't been able to complete it. The Season 1 gear sets or clothing sets now are for sale, direct purchase in Season 2. Or maybe even
That's
Season 3.
That's probably the better way of
right? Like, just rotate it down, push it down, so that way if you didn't get it, you can now get it. But the people that did have it, it was exclusive to them for that time.
I think you're right, Engo. I think seasonal sets will be a thing. It makes a lot of sense. I dig it, and I think it'll be fun, too.
Yeah, I mean, That was in Destiny, man. It's both a good thing and a bad thing in Destiny 2, because Destiny 2, day one of the new season, I would always go in. The first thing I would do is go to Eververse, look at the new items, and I'd be like, okay, I want this, that, and that's all I care about. The rest of it sucks. I kind of want to spend some money right now to buy packs, but this is going to be here for a few months. Most likely I'm going to play, so I should get it for free. So I like being able to preview that. I hope in the Division 2, I hope that we can preview if there are loot boxes, so we can see what's in them. I don't not knowing what I have and what I don't have. Specialization, Nutty Buddy, I'm kind of between demolitionist and survivalist, probably leaning towards survivalist because of the AR and shotgun fits my playstyle more than LMG and SMG, but I will wait until I play through the game to see how each of those weapon classes feel in the Division 2. Johnny?
Yeah, I'm right in that train as well. I'm looking at survivalist and then demolitionist and then sniper, and probably that particular order. I just think for a lot of reasons, I think that'll be, the way to go. I do. Maybe more so from a PvE standpoint.
Yeah.
But I could see PvP as well. I mean, yeah, probably that order. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Engo, I completely agree with you. I did not pass on Anthem. I got some money for Christmas, so I actually dumped $80 on a pre-order for Anthem. And
no worries, Nutty. Thanks, man.
I knew the second that I pre-ordered it, I would play it for 2, maybe 3 weeks. And that was actually, I thought I was going to play it for 3 weeks because I misread the stupid chart, because I thought if you pre-ordered Legion of Dawn, you got a week early access, but that's only on Xbox and PC. But I knew I was going to play it for 3 weeks, and I'm having a blast with it right now because I know that in 16 days I get the Division 2. So, I don't need it to be awesome, and it's fun as hell for what I've got.
That's cool. He's still playing Destiny 2. I kind of miss Destiny 2. I'm not going to lie. I was in Facebook the other day, and the guys were talking about Lunas, and they're like, I'll help you. And I'm like, yeah.
Have a good one, Imp. You kick ass. I appreciate you, man.
It's got nothing to do with the Division 2 and how much time I'll be putting into it. It's for me, Janko, it's just been literally love Destiny, hate Destiny, love Destiny, hate. It's kind of like the girlfriend you've broken up with 4 times, and now you're like, all right, listen, I'm good. I respect you. I had fun with you, but now it's time for me to go a different route. If you were to ask me, hey, me and Imp and Young you're gonna jump on just for fun, you want to do it? Yeah, of course. But do I want to routinely play it every day? Personally, no. But Engo, I think that's great that you like those games and you're sticking to it, man. That's awesome. I mean, again, we were talking about earlier, Janko, right? Don't let me just dissuade you. Play what you like, 100%.
Yeah, I'm all for people still liking Destiny 2. I'm not. I'm done. I legitimately, and I kind of love Johnny's analogy of the girl that you go out with, and you always kind of come back to, because Destiny for me, I never hated the game. I never had love-hate relationship, but I would like it, and then just something new would come along, right? Or whatever, and I'd kind of get bored of it, and then I would go on to the new thing, but I would always kind of go back when I got bored of that new thing. And Destiny 2 right now, I legitimately do not know what they could possibly do for me to ever play it again. I am that frustrated and pissed off at that game. So
yeah, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm with you too. A lot of it from exotic stuff to just, when they made the announcement for Forsaken, I remember clear as day going, whoa, even on Twitter, I was like, oh my God, this is great. And I feel like, I've got my money's worth. I put about $200 worth into it, but now, I don't know, maybe it's just the formula of just the way they're going about it that I'm just tired of. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say. And I hope that doesn't happen with the Division for a lot of reasons, because I'm really excited about the game, man, for sure.
So yeah, let's see. You should be able to switch specializations. They said in one of the things that we were talking about earlier that grinding the first one will be faster than the next one, but I'm pretty sure you can switch whenever you want. Because you can have all 3 specializations. Yeah, Nutty Buddy's correct on that one. But the bonuses or the talents that give you the bonuses won't be cross-usable. That's a real word.
I like it.
Yeah, and that honestly, I would truly. When we looked earlier, do I still have that up? Yeah. So when we saw this earlier, right? When you see the skill tree, for demolitionist, and it all starts in the middle and then goes out like in a spoke pattern or whatever, right? These are all like the kind of tier 1 talents, and then you have a tier 2 talent. I would have preferred to see a base here and then you branch up.
Yes.
Because if they did that, it would actually allow you to make a hybrid build, right? Where if you could pick and choose
kind of
from
split
each
between
class,
both sides or
right?
something.
And then that way, none of them would be as good as like just going all demolitionist, but you could, pick and choose maybe from like this weapon category. If I wanted shotgun instead of LMG, then I could do that, and it would just give me more ownership. But that just goes to that MMO RPG thing that I am.
PD saying they said you can buy back points for the specialization tree too.
Yeah,
I missed that part, unless I misread it and I don't remember. I'm getting
it's from this. Hold on, let me go back to that.
Yeah, it's nice going back and forth.
There's a respec button. So like you can respec and like essentially I think you can like sell back, like if you buy a thing for like 5 skill points, you can like respec it and like sell back, I think, that one, so that maybe you can buy something else.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I dig that. So you're not officially, permanently, I should say, locked in.
Yeah. Oh, they're definitely going more hardcore, which is what I love about it. Which honestly is what I'm the most excited about. I will say that, and this kind of probably takes out part of the looter shooter-ness of it, but I kind of wish that there would be a way to directly upgrade one tier of gear to the next if you don't get a drop. Like, let's say I get an urban MDR. And I've got a green one, or I've got a blue one, or whatever. Let's purple one, right, at level 30. And like I just can't get a gold one. I wish there was some way, and it would have to be expensive as shit, for me to take that one that I've been using and upgrade it. And it would re-roll it, so it would still be random, so you can't like just get one blue or one green and like hang on to that same roll. But because I remember in the Division 1 always wishing, and I don't anymore, but always wishing that they had individual vendors for each gear set. And when you broke down, let's say, a piece of striker gear, you got a striker token. And it would take you 20 tokens, but then you could buy a striker chest piece, and it would roll it right then when you bought it. But you were guaranteed to get a striker chest piece, because I remember playing for weeks and not being able to get a striker chest piece, ironically enough. And it was really frustrating, and that's my frustrating part with RNG and with this game going so much deeper. I remember being really frustrated at Division 1 on the RNG and the level and level and level and level of RNG. If that persists in this game, I might get frustrated.
Yeah, I remember doing a lot of grinding when global events came. I'd run home from work and be like, all right, man, we're going to be out until 5 in the morning. Let's see how many 100 runs of Clear Sky or, Lexington we could do. And I remember clear as day, both scenarios where A, I got everything I needed, or B, I got nothing. And I remember saying something similar to yours. It's really unique that you said that, because I said I wouldn't mind a way to guarantee it, but it would have to be something that was gut-wrenching or really forced you to break RNG's back, because you were essentially guaranteeing yourself something. You don't want to hurt the RNG looter shooter, but at a certain point, I mean, look, let's be honest. There were people to this day who still don't have a house. In my eyes, that's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
The way you saw in Destiny 2, some players, you and I, Janko, like, I just still don't have shards of Galanor to this day. But then the other 2 months ago, I was playing and I get a year 1 exotic duplicate. I would, I know it's hard to balance that, but I would be okay with it if it was detrimentally cost wise. And a lot of other players and streamers have suggested it too, and they never went that route because it wasn't in their plan.
Yeah. I mean, I get. Well, I don't think people didn't leave due to the GE and optimization station. As a matter of fact, the optimization station was at 1.7 or 1.8. That's like largely regarded as one of the best patches ever. 1.4 was, in my opinion. But anyway, people didn't leave because of the optimization station. People were already gone long before that because, again, and the Division 1's problem with RNG, and I get where you're saying. I like grinding. I love grindy games. I've been an MMO gamer.
Same.
I like that chance, right? You see that green pop up, and you're like, oh, I got a class set, and then you go up and maybe you see a striker, and then you're like, oh fuck, sweet, and then it's knee pads, right? Like that range of emotion. Is super fun. But what happens is when you play for months or weeks or whatever, and you don't get that one piece, you get frustrated. And then you get it, and it's fucking garbage, and you've waited a month, and now even re-rolling it, right, because you could always re-roll one thing, is pointless, right? I remember my first Ninja Bag was like that, and that's actually why I created E3 set. That was the first E3 set I made, was because my Ninja Bag rolled electronics. It rolled so bad, there was no way for me to be able to just re-roll one thing and make it usable. So I had to come up with something that used electronics, and I was like, well, D3 will work, so I guess I'll use it with my D3 Predmark build, and that turned out to be the best build I ever had. That makes you want to work harder, but not everybody has the hours and time to put in to be able to do that. And that was my perspective then. I was working 60 hours a week. I was a retail store manager, and I was still playing 30 hours a week.
Right.
And like, okay, perfect example. I've got 1,600 hours in the Division, at least. I still have never gotten a good enough M700 carbine that I can re-roll the third talent on. Still haven't gotten one. And I know that it wasn't in game at launch, but like that's atrocious. There should be a way for me to
frustrating. It's, I will say, and I don't know enough about coding and programming. I know one thing is you have to somehow get it in there so it's a good balance for somebody like, like a Cosby or maybe even myself, who, let's say in theory, we played more. In theory, we should have a better chance just by the nature we've played more. But that shouldn't exclude somebody who plays quote unquote less or a normal, I call it like soccer dad syndrome. Like, after he's out of work and the kids go to bed and he's got free time. It shouldn't just, exclude them from getting good gear. And that always spawns an argument between somebody like myself I played 4,000 hours. I shouldn't necessarily tell somebody who's only has 1,000. Well, I played 4, you only played 1, so there's no reason you should have good gear. That's just not true.
Right.
I don't know how you fix that. I really don't. I like the RNG looting aspect, but it shouldn't be to the point where you're like, I don't want to play this anymore. And I know plenty of people were like, dude, I'm not, like, I had a friend who I played with from 1.1 to 1.4. He's like, fuck this game. Excuse my language. We're trying not to swear as much in the streaming.
No, this is Division Debrief After Dark, remember?
We're good. We're fine. It's like Skinemax, right? But with only dudes.
Right.
Right. No, I mean, seriously, it's really ridiculous at a certain point, and it drops or lack thereof shouldn't chase players away. They shouldn't.
Nope. It shouldn't, and because I tell you, that's why I have sworn off Destiny, because I have no focused way. The only thing that even kept me in Destiny in the past 2 months was the Forges, because I had a focused grind for the weapons that I wanted, and they were good weapons. Without that, nope, it's all RNG. And I started making the point multiple times with Division 1. It was, if you get a sniper, right? Let's say you get a weapon drop. Cool. You're looking for a sniper. Cool. You finally get a sniper to drop, right? Which you've got all these different weapon classes. That's the first level of RNG, right? Which weapon type. Then you have different types of weapons within that weapon class, with going from good to, unusable. So now maybe it even rolls that. Sweet. Now, it's at the gear level you need, but with the way that you would have headshot damage, which could be garbage, and then you would have the weapon damage, which could be garbage, and then you would have the talents, which could be garbage, and then there was something else. There was like 4 or 5 levels of RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG that all had to work out in your favor because you could reroll one thing. And on top of that, you had high ends and even at like at whatever the top gear score is that could actually roll with random variants. So like your headshot damage, you could get a high-end marksman rifle with 155% headshot damage bonus instead of the 165 that it should have. So now you're giving up, if it drops at 145, now you're giving up 20% fucking weapon damage to try to get this good weapon. And that is just unacceptable.
Pardon me. Yeah, you know, it's... I gotta say, and I don't mean to rub, you know, anyone the wrong way here. You know, I got really lucky, but there were times, man, like I'd be playing with my buddies and they'd be like, "Oh, I got this. Oh, I got this. Oh, I got this," and I'm like, "Cool, man, I got an extended mag." And you know, they would have the guns that were Bay at the time, like when people want to say like an MP5 ST, you know, and I'm sitting there getting, you know, M60s and Damascuses and guns that pretty much nobody wanted. Like that's frustrating. And it always spawns, and maybe that's a good debate or a topic for one day too, Janko, is like the debate and the discussion amongst how do you get a true balance in RNG? Like we said, should I have a better chance at getting houses because I've played 4,000 hours as opposed to you who maybe has played 2,000 or half the time, or you know what I mean? Like whatever the numbers you want to come up with are, that could be a really cool topic of discussion because I'm sure people have wildly, you know, similar or different opinions. And I think we could definitely look into that if you guys really want to.
To me, that's where the role of crafting should come in these games, right? And Fate, I get what you're saying. It made the grind good. It made the grind good to a point. But again, like as somebody that used to work 60 hours a week and didn't have that much time to play, it made the grind frustrating to the point of not wanting to grind anymore when you need that fourth. I went a month and a half without being able to get a striker chest piece way back in like 1.2, I think 1.1 or 1.2. And then I couldn't get one, and there was no way, there was no focused grind for me to be able to do it other than incursion, which you can only run, you know, before the GEs. So it just got really, really frustrating. It was like, why am I wasting my fucking time doing this? Same way as Destiny is. So
I honestly will say, I think the RNG drops and setups were, and I will stand by this to this day, I think they're better in the Division than they are Destiny 2. I feel like I got way more of the quote-unquote god roll and favorable weapons, maybe meta weapons that I wanted. Again, this is just maybe from my experience in actual luck compared to, you know, with Destiny. Destiny, I wound up doing really well with exotics, except for the ones I wanted, or I'd be, you know, playing with Kirky, and also an exotic would drop, and I'm like, yes, this is it. This is the moment. I have nothing else. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, cool, you're one duplicate.
Yeah.
I didn't get a lot of that with the Division. I feel like once you got stuff in the Division, your chances, again, maybe it's just my experience. I don't have hardcore data to prove otherwise, but once I got stuff I really wanted, I was good. And then I'd get either more of it, or I'd start to open up different loot drops. Well, I don't know if that's very specific to me. I'd love to hear what chat and yourself have to say.
I think the difference between the two is the Division throws loot at you. Like it falls like rain. And so you get 5,000 pieces, 4,995 of them are going to be garbage. But then, you know, you get those 5 that are usable or pretty decent. And then once you start truly being able to grind for those sets, right? And then that gets you at least a piece or a 4-piece set so that you can start. And then that keeps you as a player hooked into that grind because now you can start really grinding for that one piece, but you're happy and you're satisfied because at least you got your 4-piece, right? You got your 4-piece striker set because it threw 4,000 pieces at you and you finally got it. So now you're good to go. Destiny doesn't have that. It's a this or that. It's a you get something new or you get something old. And then if you get something new, it still could be useless. And there's just not enough variance in Destiny for them to be able to add it.
Let me paint a picture, and I want to get your opinion on this, because I used to have a gentleman that I used to game with all the time, right? And I see what Fate's saying. Like, Fate, if you seriously ran Lexington 889 times, I think you're the world record owner. That's incredible. But what up, my dude? I believe that too, by the way. And this is where I'm coming with this. I'm glad Fate brought this up. I had a friend I gamed with, right? And we would run Lexington to our knuckles were raw. And, I would get like a Barrett's. And then like 3 or 4 runs later, I'd get another one. And this same guy would play for, say, like a week or a month and do the same thing and get nothing. Is that fair in your opinion because it's RNG, or do they need to kind of close that gap without making it too easy / casual?
Well, like I said, I still think that's where I started saying is I think personally that's where crafting comes in. I think that if you run Lexington, 889
Jesus,
times.
that's incredible.
I mean, it is. It is. I remember the first month that grind was what it was. People are like, oh, I've ran it 250 times, and I'm like, wait. It takes 15 minutes to run it at that time because like you couldn't grind it the way that you could now. It takes 15 minutes. You're saying you ran it 250 times, dude. No, we've had a month. There's literally not enough hours. Stop exaggerating. Fade, I'm not saying that you are. I totally fucking believe you because I know.
I do too, yeah.
And I know how many times I've run Lexington at this point. Actually, I don't know how many times I've run it. I would like to know, but like if you ran it that many times, I don't know, man. Maybe Larry can drop a token, right? And then you can use that token once you get fucking 100 of them. Or this is what I thought. I always think that there should be in Destiny as a system now, a system where if you don't get it this time, you get an increased chance the next time. Now, yes. I think that should start at whatever the chance is. Let's say it's a 2% chance to drop. You don't get it this time, guess what? The next time you run it, you get a 3% chance. It just goes up by 1% each time, but eventually you will get it.
Now let me ask you, with that in theory, and I like that, does that make you want them to add more? Because at some point, the people who, let's say they're just streamers, let's just put it out there because they generally play longer than maybe you and I. Are you okay with that system being in place, but then they also would have to they'd have to add in more gear or new loot at that point? Because at some point with that system in place, and now maybe it takes forever to get everything, but the core, let's say 2 or 3 pieces of gun and let's say 6 pieces of gear, they're going to get. And then they're going to be like, well, now what? And then those same people will make the argument, well, now I'm bored because I have everything. So do they need to come up with a plan to implement more at some point?
No, I don't think so, because you could also have the casual player that's not a streamer, the person that doesn't have that much time, and I mean casual with time, not with care.
Gotcha.
Or passion for the game. Who gets it on their first time through, right? And then they're like, oh, I'm done. But that's also where the level upon level upon level upon layer of RNG comes in, is like, now all of a sudden there's still 4 layers of RNG as to whether or not that piece is good. Because I remember going through the grind for my first Barrett's, it was like 2 months. And of course this was working 60 hours a week. And when I got it, it was fucking garbage. Like, I wore it even though it was terrible because I finally had a Barrett's, know.
And they looked cool.
And they did look cool. But, like, it was still garbage. But you know what? Getting one finally, it was pretty cool. I would have liked to have gotten it a lot quicker. And I almost got super frustrated with it.
I really liked my first roll, or my first grind, was for the SOCOM N1A when people were door glitching the police academy to basically not have to go through the whole inner workings of the mission. And then, and I remember I had a friend of mine who maybe went on my account and tried it a few times. And, I remember running it with the same thing. Like, to your point, and maybe the opposite. I ran it with a friend, and he's like, I got like 10 of them. I'm like, 10? I've been playing this game every day for a month straight and I haven't gotten one. Then all of a sudden, the gun wasn't in meta anymore. And it's almost like a light bulb went off, and they're like, boop. And then literally, like, I would get them nonstop. But the gun wasn't good anymore at one point. Or it wasn't, so highly sought after. And I'm like, I didn't get frustrated because I was still playing the game, but I'd be lying if I didn't get annoyed that I just wasn't getting a gun that I wanted.
Yeah.
And I wish there was mechanics in place to help balance grind and fairness.
I mean, but that's, again, where crafting should come in. Like, crafting shouldn't be the be-all, end-all that it was at the launch of Division 1, but it needs to have a role, because I remember the M1A, back when that was the badass, most awesome sniper in the game, and like I couldn't get a good roll, couldn't get a good drop. I got a few okay drops, but couldn't get a really, really good one. And I remember Foxhound and I, every Friday, we always closed together, every Friday, 8 p.m., I would start spamming YouTube, reloading it so that I could find Skillup's vendor video when he used to do it, or somebody else. There was somebody else that used to do a vendor video like clockwork at about 8-9 o'clock. It would always hit on YouTube. I don't remember who did it, to be honest with you. But like I would just keep scrolling until it was there, and then boom, we'd watch it, and we would just sit there, phone up behind the counter, watching the video to see if the M1A schematic was for sale in the DC3 safe house. And then the 1 week that it finally was, it was the next week that I think 1.4 came out. Like, when it was finally for sale, was when whichever patch it was that made that gun fucking useless. And I was so pissed.
I like that fate, because basically you get the Destiny 2 kind of feature that it wasn't a guarantee, but it potentially gave you an RNG buff, and I would be 150% and twice on Sunday okay with it. Where I would not be okay with it is being able to buy those tokens, where you technically can do that in Destiny. Sort of, right? Because you could buy silver from Eververse, which means then you could buy more tokens.
No, the 3 coins aren't in the game anymore.
The fire team medallions, but that's not, you can't buy that with silver, so never mind.
Well, the fire team medallions, no. Can you buy them? No, you can buy them with Bright Dust, but then you need to buy, like, you can buy the silver to get the stuff and then delete the stuff to get Bright Dust.
That's true. Well, yeah.
But even the fire team medallions, they give you a bonus chance to like get loot. 3 of coins was more, you pop a 3 of coins, you get a bonus chance to get an exotic in D1. And I remember the catch Kevix or whatever his name is, where you would just get to the end, you'd whittle him down with a sniper, like 2 or 3 shots with a sniper, and then you'd run up to him, you'd rocket him in the chest, killing yourself and him, and then it would either drop an exotic or it wouldn't, but you would be dead. You would respawn right outside that same door, pop another 3 of coins, and just rinse and repeat. And yeah, like, that is dumb. Like, that? No. But, like, you still get a better chance, and it improves your chance of trying to get it. But, yeah, that farm, I hated that farm. I still did it. Yo, what's up,
I can't believe I never played Destiny. I still can't. Everyone to this day, like, they're like, really? They blows their mind. Like, but I actually put a good amount of time in Destiny, too, and I really enjoyed it, and that's why a lot of times on here, and then even, like, when I'm hanging out in your stream, or maybe, particularly mine, like, I genuinely bring a lot of parallels from Destiny 2 for me, into a lot of what I like in or want even in a Division.
Yeah,
a lot. I draw a lot of parallels there. Like, again, I think the most obvious would be the raids.
Yeah, I mean, the games are definitely similar, sort of. I'm just oh god, that Omnigul farm. I still have nightmares about the Omnigul farm. But yeah, I mean, they're obviously similar type games. I personally think Division, they've each done things right at different points, and then they've both done things wrong at different points. But I honestly think most people that have played one have played both. So yeah, you're weird.
Well, and I think the one thing we have on our side is the feedback and the interest from the community with the addition of ETF things and ETF events, I should say, community-driven events and things like Survival Sundays. Believe it or not, even has spawned a lot of conversation. And I think streamers of our size and talent, and even slightly bigger, has really pushed a lot of information to the developers, and I think it's been industry changing. You and I have talked about that a lot. We've talked about it in the debrief. And I think that's a really good thing, because while they have a vision of what they want to do, I think us helping them, maybe even tweaking that vision or persuading them to just say change option A and go to option B, that's a good thing, because we're hopefully tailoring the game more towards what the community overall likes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they may have a vision, but their vision doesn't always line up with what the community wants. And just like I think any kind of art or music, if an artist releases a song, it could mean one thing to me, but not the same thing to you. Or the masses might hear it and all of a sudden it takes on a new meaning. And even if the artist sits there and says, no, it actually meant this, that song now in reality means the other thing. So in a live service game like this, I think it's amazing what they did with the ETF. What do you think the raids will be like for the Division compared to Destiny? Dude, I have no idea. I don't think it's going to be as mechanic heavy as like anything in Destiny. But I hope it's more close. See, that's hard for me to say, because King's Fall was one of my favorite raids ever, but Johnny hasn't played it. So if I'm going to go with the D2 raid layers, I will say it's closer to a raid than it is a raid layer in Destiny 2. I think it will be, but I don't know, man. It's going to be hard to get 7 other fucking people that are good. At least I think it's going to be for most normal people, I think it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 8-man is, you're going to have to, or in my opinion, and not that I'm barking orders, but I think you're going to have a pretty open, area. Literally, I don't think it'll work and say like, a map maybe as small as, to put it into comparison, like Lexington, even a map or a game mode as far as like even Stolen Signal. I think you're going to have something pretty big open style area. I think you'll have mechanics, but nowhere near what Destiny has. Like Destiny has some crazy raid mechanics, where I think you'll see ours be a little bit more simplistic. Like, hey, you got to clear this room, otherwise it's rigged to blow in 10 minutes, and if you don't, rinse and repeat. I think you'll see things to that effect. Maybe some hacking going on, like, hey, hold off the hack, hold off the waves until the terminal is hacked, etc. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I agree with Janko. The communication is going to be, that's going to be really interesting and potentially fun. And I think, I just could see those raids. I think they're going to be pretty lengthy.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think they're going to be, you're done in 2 hours. I just don't see it. I can't see it with 8 players. I think it's going to be, it's going to be pretty significant.
At launch, I agree with you.
Yes,
70-30 shooter puzzle. I tend to kind of agree with that. I think I want more of Stolen Signal than I do any of the other ones. But I think Clear Skies was kind of like the best mesh, but even then, like, there wasn't a whole lot of mechanics. But I don't think it'll be more mechanic heavy than that. Or than Stolen Signal, right? Because Stolen Signal, oddly enough, has like the most deep mechanics of anything in Division. So yeah, we'll see what they can do. But I think it should be more shooting than puzzle, but I want mechanics involved with the shooting. More.
Do you
so,
want some puzzles in there or no?
I would love some puzzles. I really would. Yeah,
too.
I would love
really
some.
Would.
I don't want anything like what the Niobe Labs was in Destiny 2, you know, where like they don't give you anything at all to start with, and it's like, good luck, fucker, you know, and you know, the entire community for 48 hours couldn't fucking figure it out. I don't.
That's a really cool idea, Fate. I like that survival style raid. That could be really cool.
Somebody who was it that I've heard that before? I've heard something like that before.
I don't know. I would like to see them maybe even combine, if you were to draw a parallel between the speed and the intensity of Clear Sky, and then that kind of like you have to clear that before you can move on to part B, which would be more of a Stolen Signal type, where it's like room to room combat, floor to floor. Everyone always used to talk about that, like clear waves of floors before you can get to the top floor. You know, in New York, a lot of us always wanted, you know, like level clearing as far as like, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're at the top floor. Sorry guys, I'm fighting off a little chest cold. I don't mean to blow up your eardrums there. I think combining the two of those in some manner with some puzzles, some hacking, some like pretty cool futuristic things would be pretty dope.
Yeah, Fate. It wasn't Division specific. I think it was either Goth or Char or it was a Division streamer or a Destiny streamer rather, because I remember them talking about God damn it, I remember them talking about, it was one of the new, I think it was Last Wish raid, and like it was when Gambit launched. They were talking about having raid bosses in Gambit instead of the Primeval, where all of a sudden you would have to know all of the mechanics that were involved with that raid boss, and then somebody else brought up the topic of like having a raid that's like survival, where people had to last and to get there, but then there was also a PvP mode, and it turned into like this raid BR fucking conglomeration conversation. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
How many AAA titles in looter shooter? Destiny. I mean, the Destiny franchise, Division franchise, Borderlands, and now Anthem. Is that it? I can't think of another AAA looter shooter.
I would say that's probably pretty close, right?
Yeah. Some good team coordination. Yeah, I mean, it should definitely take coordination. It should definitely take individual talent. I think it should be forgiving, but still challenging, super challenging, but not punishing. There's a difference between those. The Underground challenging, when Underground first launched, challenging Underground was punishing.
Oof.
It was not. I mean, it was hard, but it was like punch yourself in the dick instead of trying it again.
Especially with no checkpoint either.
Right.
If you met.
Right.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm talking about. That's where I'm saying it's punishing to the point that you get all the way to that final boss. If you die, not only do you not get your loot, but then you're booted all the way out. You don't get completion. You don't get the XP. Like, you don't get anything for it. So it was just a complete waste of your time. But that's also why my proudest moment in the Division 1 was soloing one. Like, you know.
For sure.
PvE guy. Fate said something earlier, too. I want to go... There's something about PvP.
8-man resistance would just get boring. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember hearing about that. I'm trying to see in chat if somebody brought that up.
Yeah, I have no idea. Is resistance even going to be in there? In Division 2?
I'll be honest with you, like, I got really bored with resistance.
I think Fate is talking about when you were talking about your skyscraper idea or whatever.
Oh, the skyscraper thing?
Yeah, because I remember Butter, long time ago, Light Butter was talking about like a horde mode in a skyscraper where like you would start off going in the thing, and then like each floor you go up would get increasingly more and more and more difficult. And I think that does kind of sound like resistance in a way. So like 8-man resistance as opposed to like the raid. I do think that would get boring after a while, but that's where you add in new mechanics. You add in like, I seriously think at some point it's going to separate people. I don't know, man. I hope it's fun. I just hope it's fun. But I do think you're right that, like, yeah, if you matchmake as 4 with another group of 4, man, there's going to be some issues there.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm out. I can tell you right now that's not going to happen. And I'm a community guy. Like, I can't see it being, like, realistic. And just, I wouldn't say no completely, but if you want my, like, I would rather not do that at all. I just wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds painful.
Yeah. Nutty Buddy, I'm primarily PS4, so I will dabble in PC because I just got a new PC. But I will be primarily PS4.
Yep, and I'm primarily PC, but may dabble some on PS4. But truthfully, if Janko and my buddy Imperium, if they wind up playing a little bit, even if it's in small doses on PC, I'm not going to spend the $60 to go to PlayStation because I just have too many of my friends playing on PC, and I just think the game just plays so much better. But that's not, begrudging any consoles. If you have PlayStation, you have a PS Pro or Xbox One, I think that'll be great.
Yeah,
try it, play it. Yeah, I mean, don't let. Again, if you have what you have, like, enjoy the game. I mean, console, I'm not huge into the console war, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play on PS4 because that's what I enjoy video games on console more than I do PC. This type of game, like shooters, I prefer a controller, and I know I can use controller on PC, but then it gets stupid because then you're putting yourself at a disadvantage and losing the advantage that you get for playing on PC. But, yeah, I
think the thing that's important that a lot of us haven't really even addressed is, and I'm curious, like, okay, so we have the raid, but is it going to be like one raid for like the first year?
They haven't said, no, they said raids.
Even if it's really hard, you're going to need more than one. And that's why I was asking about your comment, Faye, because the 8-man resistance thing. I didn't mean for that to be like a resistance thing. I meant for that to be more of a raid. Maybe I said resistance. I apologize. I'm getting a little squirrely in the brain tonight. I think even if you look at, like, say, Leviathan from Destiny 2, that got to be boring after a while, and they needed something new. So hopefully they could refresh that content somehow, some way.
Yeah, so in the trailer it says raids. So obvious, and they definitely have like plans for more than one. I don't know what the rollout schedule is going to be.
Sure.
Obviously, for the second one, but I'm assuming going off of what they did with the Division 1, and I know that the process for this will be a little bit different, but I honestly think we may get like a new raid every couple of updates, right? So like if we have like a 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, I could see them rolling out a raid, like at 2.1, and then maybe at 2.3 or 2.4 another one, and then or whenever they roll out that schedule for the content drops, right? Because there's like multiple seasons or whatever. So like I see them rolling out new raids with that,
and that could be cool too, because then you could tie in themes like seasons, and that's always something, again, like picking the Destiny tree. I like how Destiny does seasons, and you can maybe potentially do that where season 1, or if you go back to focus more on the Division, how like all of a sudden, boom, we are getting this West Side Pier thing. Well, wouldn't it be cool if we had something like that dropped, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, okay, now the raid is going to be centered around all these guys working together in this building, in this area, in this level. Well, now instead of just fighting one group of guys in this raid this season, you're going to fight everybody. And then next season, you're going to fight the ones who were left over, who abandoned, and they're disgruntled, and they've regrouped with this type of machinery. And I like it for the seasons. I think that could open up a lot of cool content.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, the other thing that we have to realize is there's going to be so much content at
There's a lot of content.
At Endgame, between the 5 world tiers, all of that stuff. And I know a lot of it is repeatable, right? But it's still a ton of shit to do at 30. And let's say the first raid goes live. We're all kind of assuming 30 days after launch. So let's assume it's going to be a month. We get that first raid. I would be willing to bet maybe 10% of the player base is ready for that raid at launch. I'd be willing to bet 80 to 90% of the people that play the Division 2 on launch day will not be raid ready 30 days after launch. Like,
no.
The only people I think, even if it launches at 30 days after, that will be ready are going to be the streamers, the full-time hardcore fucking tryhards that put, 5 to 10 hours a day into the game, regardless of what their profession is or what their job is. And so you're going to run into a situation where 6 months into the game's launch, or into its lifestyle or lifespan, I can't word tonight, I'm sorry. Probably 50% of people will not even attempt the raid or try the raid at that point. So having a bunch of them for 20 to 30% of the player base, I don't think is going to be as important as making sure that there's a bunch of other content for everybody. No, I couldn't word earlier, Space Bomb. It's not because it's late. I haven't been able to word the entire story.
I've had some moments too, so don't feel bad.
It's not crazy to bet that their raids will be very interesting.
One week ahead. Mark, dude, you're taking the week in front off too? Holy goodness. Where do you work? I want to go there.
Yeah, Mark, I tend to agree with what we've seen, and with like what we've even seen with how they've added that Endgame or the Endgame in the last in the private beta. Seeing that challenge jump and what they've done with the NPC AI programming, right, where you've got the medics that will actually res the enemies that you kill, the drones will res them, and like the way that the AI works a lot more, I honestly think that the raid could be super friggin' dope.
I'm so psyched about it, man. Oh
yeah, and super interesting too. There could be a few A-mans. I'm sure there will be, Little Bird. I completely agree.
What's up, LB? Appreciate you hanging by, man.
A time off for release, but that got... See, this is the thing. When I realized that the game was releasing on the 15th, which is launch day, I was super excited because that's the day that I swap with my ex with my daughter, right? So, like, I drop her off to school on that day, and then her mom gets her after that, and I'm good for a week. But then early release is on a Tuesday. Eek. So, I'm not sure.
Yeah. But... I'm going to be honest. I haven't 100% decided, but I'm not going to take the 12th through the 15th off. I'm just not.
Yeah, no, I will, but I'll still...
I could, but it's... I don't know. I could see me maybe like on Wednesday or Thursday, be like, I'm tired, I want to leave half night, go home, play a little bit, and then Friday. I'm definitely going to take the 12th and the 13th off. Probably go easy on the 14th, and then just kick ass 15th, 16th, 17th, because that's going to be a ton of content in a lot of hours. I mean, you're looking at probably 20, 25 hours between those days right there alone.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do 12 to 15-hour streams the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. But then that Monday or Tuesday, I'll probably have to go back to Uber. And, like, I'll probably take a solid straight week off. I'll stream every day for probably a month. But, like, that first week, I'll probably do 12 to 15. I've already said that from the 12th to the 15th, if I can figure out a plan for my daughter, I will, if I'm not asleep, showering, or pooping, I'll be streaming. Like, that's just, those are the only things that'll keep me away from it. Like, all my meals will be eaten right here, and like, that's just it. I'll play until I'm too tired to play some more, and then I'll go to bed, and when I wake up, I'll shower, and then I'll start playing some more.
That Uber Eats guy is going to make out pretty well. I'm with you on that one.
No, I won't Uber Eats. I'll make Glow get it. That's a fucking lie. We'll get delivery.
I was gonna say.
It just won't be Uber Eats. It'll be a whole lot of pizza.
Oh, Lord. I'll be able to play the evenings of early release, and then I'll be off the next week. Oh, that's cool, though, Peter. You got a lot of time in, even still. And, it's hard because everyone wants to rush, and I know it's the people are... That's so cool, man. I mean, people are taking days off of school and work. That's just fantastic.
People still aren't shooting LMB boxes. Dude, that's like the morons in Destiny 2 that still don't know how to fucking do public events. Or like the people that still spell, Rogue Rouge. Although somebody did earlier. I think Cosby did earlier. It cracks me up. Because I'm at the point now that when people do it, because I actually saw Hamish did it on Twitter today. I legitimately don't know if people are just trolling and they know it's supposed to be Rogue, or if they legitimately still misspell shit constantly. But it cracks me up every time it happens. I love the leveling. You're on your 34th agent in the God damn, dude. Well done. I rolled 4. I deleted 1 to re-roll it.
34th agent? Oh my goodness.
That's incredible.
That is incredible, man. GG. I deleted 1 and I'll start all over again. Oh, wow, man. Good for you. Yo, thanks for coming by.
You won't get a week off till Avengers Endgame? Dude, I can't wait for that, too. What is the launch date for that? It's in April, isn't it? Is it April or... Yeah, I think it's April. Because Captain Marvel is... Yeah, okay, 4/26. Because Captain Marvel is in March.
Yeah, April. Wow.
Yeah, I think Captain Marvel is like March 20th or March 26th or something like that.
Cool.
So, I think, guys, if that's about it, I think we're going to pretty much wrap it up. Johnny, you got anything... Anything to add last minute that we didn't talk about? March 8th? Oh, that's right. It comes out before Division 2. Yay!
No, not really. Just hopefully everybody gets involved in the open beta. Please jump on the forums and, I know people kind of dump on Reddit and they think it's like a toxic place, and it can be, but they do read them. And you could certainly come here. You can go to my stream or Janko's and add commentary, and we will do our best to get our word out. I don't know how great it can be, but we'll do our best because we care about the game. Just want to again say thank you to everybody for supporting this. It's been great, and I'm just again, for anyone who's new and came by, we got the channel affiliated thanks to you guys all showing up and being just totally awesome, and we really appreciate it. It's been a fun ride, and we're looking forward to the journeys to come. And just enjoy your week, stay blessed, and enjoy the beta. I'll hopefully get to play with you guys. If you see me again, add me on Twitter, add me on Twitch if you want to play. Just come by, and I would love to see you guys in Washington. I got nothing else. I had an awesome night. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. To answer that question, normally we are Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. There was Johnny's safe house issue. There were some problems. He's on the run from Rick Velasquez right now, so he was running around. He had a bunch of shit going on.
He's a pesky little bastard.
He is a dick. So that's why the delay today. But yeah, normally Saturdays at 11 a.m. I want to say thank you to everybody that hung out here. Thank you to Johnny for doing it. You guys are all fucking awesome. I love you guys. You guys fucking rock. Thank you so much for all of that. Next week, so what is it's the 2nd? Is that?
Next week, the Saturday is the 2nd? March 2nd.
I hope it's March 2nd because that's what I put on the ending soon screen. Or the stream ending screen. But yeah, so the 2nd will be live at 11. It'll be in the middle of the open beta, so stop on in, give us your guys' opinions of what you've seen in the beta, what you were disappointed at. If the pre-stagger grenade is still there, you guys will get to hear me rage about it. Yeah, and I think that's about that. Again, anybody that watched this on YouTube, thank you very, very much for taking the time to do that. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe. If you liked it, if not, that's cool too. You can leave and not come back. No, but also, if you did like it, you can catch us live. If you are watching this on YouTube, you can catch us live on Twitch Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. at twitch.tv/The Division Debrief. So yeah, thank you guys all for the incredible support within the community and everything. You guys are freaking great. I love you guys. You guys rock. We will see you Saturday, and I know Johnny will be streaming sometime this week. So make sure, give him follows. His stuff's down there. If you guys want, my stuff's down here. I'll be streaming Tuesday, I think Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week. But yeah, thank you guys very, very much, and we'll see you guys later.
Guys, enjoy.
Oh, shit, wait, stick around for the credits. I forgot. I gotta roll the credits. I almost forgot it again this time. We're not going to forget it, though. We got super cool credits. No music yet, though, because I still fucked those up. But anyway, no, I didn't fuck it up. I got a new computer, so we'll get music next time. Credits are rolling now. See you guys later.